PES. Hello. Hey folks, how's it going? Welcome into another week of Star Citizen. It's December, it's like the best month of the year, so already things are better. But it's also one of my favorite topics of the year. Today, we're going to look back at 2023 and everything that happened to Star Citizen this year. I think these are a great chance to remember some of the more awkward moments of the year, some of the better moments, some of the worst, some of the surprises, and some of the disappointments. Last year I did it in a video format. This year I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot doing this live with you all. So I've got a bunch of tabs, as you can see at the top of the screen. All of these are weeks in review, but as we're going through these, we're also going to be touching on some YouTube videos, possibly different reports from the months, and little tidbits here and there, but like the big hits of the year, which I think will be an interesting one. This was a weird year for the game. So thanks for coming in, everybody. Welcome in. Good to see you. Hi. If this is your first time here, we do this all the time. Every week, actually. We talk about Star Citizen. We play Star Citizen. And yeah, it's good times. I always enjoy being here, so thanks for coming. If you've been here before, well, I know you. Echo, I see you. Good to see you, dude. Welcome in. Alexander and Gluon. Welcome, guys. Bert. How was your weekend? Everybody have a good Saturday, Sunday? Ours were properly crazy. Oh man. We've got, I mean, Christmas is coming up, so everything is nuts right now, and we're still trying to figure out the whole damage situation back in Turkey. So like we're working to get the power back on at our house so that we can test all the computers, and like we were touching on that over the weekend. Just a lot going on. December's such a busy month, but like I said, best month of the year. You drive around and everyone's got their places decorated. We've got a place here they call Candy Cane Lane. It's basically like people have their houses super intensely decorated, and we went and saw that real quick yesterday. We were driving through on the street. We were in cars, and there's like a bunch of cars, right, rolling through with their lights off. And then there are people on the sidewalks walking. And one of these guys is like, "Why the f*** are all these people in their cars? They can't just be regular people and walk on the street." We're like, "Sir, don't attack us." But it was good times. So it was a cool weekend, busy, but super fun. We had a great day yesterday too. We got to see some things we haven't seen in a while and do some Christmas shopping for the family. Gluon, welcome to a live garden. Garden Fresh is what we used to call our virtual photography show. Used to have people from the Discord community submit their own screenshots, and then we'd like pick the best and we'd post them on a video. If you go back in the channel, actually, Space Tomato 2, that's like most of the first dozen videos, 24 videos, but people weren't super into it. We want to get back to that and start doing that in the Discord again, so maybe that'll be a thing. We have quite a few things we want to do in the new year. Hello, Plywood. How's it going? Acer, good to see you. Cult favorite, Vasson. Hello, dude. May your Luminalia be fun, full of lumen. May you be full of lumen and Alia, and your garden full of garden type of stuff. Particularly dirt and worms and stuff. Luminalia starts tomorrow, right? It starts on the 12th, if I'm not mistaken. Look at all these tabs. It's been good. Had a great turnout to Space Dads last night. Yeah, the Space Dads is an incredible event. I was bummed I couldn't make that time. I've got to try and get one of those scheduled in the EU times, because that looks amazing. And like with all the changes going on with interactivity and stuff. Yeah, those kinds of things are going to blow up into something special. What's up, Maverick? Hey, good to see you, dude. It's good hanging out with you on Saturday. Was this year my record content-wise? You mean most content we've put out? By the way, welcome to the stream, Fextina. 07's Elaine. And Direwolf. Christmas Star Citizen gifts came out today, like the paint. Okay, so they did start Luminalia today. Let's start with that, I guess. We're going to start from the back front and talk about Luminalia. It looks like they've got some Banu up here. I wonder what this says. Anybody can translate this on the spot? Any geniuses in the chat? What happened to the screenshot contest thing? You love that? It's a lot of work for the time. Unfortunately, like the time it takes to do a screenshot contest video, I could also instead do like a deep dive, you know, into a gameplay element. And honestly, one of those is a lot more interesting to people. Like I said, though, we want to get back to it at some point. Maybe in a different format, but something like that. There's so much... Virtual photography is like a very underappreciated part of gaming. And there's some really, really good photographers in gaming, but also in Star Citizen particularly. I feel like they deserve more love. Like all these types of pictures could come from photographers in the games. Sometimes they do. Cyberpunk has done it, I know. A couple other games have done it. Ooh, drink your Ovaltine. I like that. Free cutter paints today. Okay. You know, you wish they gave us the pics of the rest of the hover quad. They just give us 15 different pictures of different parts of the hover quad. And then at the end of it, there's an interactive web page where you put them together. I like that, Vassen. They need to... Is there a CIG dev in here? I don't have the red phone, but if I did, I'd let Chris know. That's a good one. Luminalia is an annual holiday celebrated by both the Banu and the humans on December 22nd. It began as the irregularly held Banu festival, Tikti Ifanga, which is the Glow Festival. This was marked by the lighting of ceremonial lamps that remained lit until their fuel was consumed. While the lamps were burning, all Banu, no matter their location, were considered one Suli. The Suli are a group of cohabiting Banu who formed an alliance around a specific shared skill set. So kind of like a useful fraternity? Today, Banu and humans I'm sorry, no offense to anybody in fraternities. I couldn't help it. Today, Banu and humans commemorate Luminalia with gift exchanges, present hunts, glowing lights, food and drink, and gatherings of family, friends, business associates, and acquaintances. Basically everyone you know. Just about everyone except for the stranger on the street, invite them over for food and drinks. That's Banu style. I really hope that when they start introducing the Banu into the game and like the planets and the landing zones, they're all just a bunch of ridiculous party places. It's so cool that they have this race that's just so about celebrating and sportsmanship. The referral bonus is garbage? What is it? New sound designer at CIG confirmed. Wait, actually? Or are you talking about Vassen with his amazing suggestions? What's up, old Canadian gamer? It's going well today. How are you doing? How was your weekend, my friend? Happy Monday, Unbeckable. How's work looking for you, dude? Astral Marshall. Hey. Heyo. What's up? Hope we get Luminalia quick flares for one of the days. There's your favorite item in game right now. Quick flares? Like the things you can attach to your chest? Look like you're a party animal? You want to be a member of the party race? I like it, man. Why war when you can just get stoned or drunk or... or pass out? I don't know, like what's your party style? That's good fun. They don't even... Did you know the Banu don't even have a standing military? You did if you saw my recent video. But seriously, the Banu don't have a standing military. That's how little they really care about asserting their dominance. They're just trying to have some fun and trade. So the holiday deals are going until January 8th. With this, it's an event in Star Citizen. It's going to have sales. These doorbusters will blow your airlock wide open to the... Oh, we got to read this in more of like a movie tone. These doorbusters will blow your airlock wide open to the tune of seasonal starter packs and discounted subscription offers. Enhanced holiday insurance and holly jolly ship paints will make sure you're ready to take on the new year, while new limited time 3-month subscription options give you a taste of monthly perks and exclusive rewards. And share in the spirit of giving with a referral promo that promises unique rewards for both the referrer and the new player. What's the referral? What is it? What good stuff are we getting? Starting December 11th, your latest referral bonus grants you CCC AV's armor set. That's not bad. Wait, why is that bad? The Beacon Crimson undersuit. I actually don't know what the Beacon... Oh, Beacon Crimson, the red one. Okay. The Arrow Quicksilver backpack. FS9 LMG. A multi-tool. This is pretty solid, dude. Oh, this is for you. Okay, for a friend, they're getting... Ah, similar stuff. Different skins. It looks like there's one less thing here. What is that? Pathfinder pistol. You get the LH86 too. That's a brand new remade pistol. That's nice. Sawtooth knife. What am I... What is this that they're missing? Oh, this is the attachments. No, they also get the attachments. LMG. LMG. Multi-tool. Multi-tool. Gemini. Gemini. Sawtooth. Sawtooth. Luminalia. What? None of it is an LTI token. That's why it sucks. Chat. No, I think this is great. I mean, if you're a newcomer, having a multi-tool by default is wonderful. Having an LMG by default, and a newly remade pistol, and a backpack by default. Like, all of this is cool because it's going to lower the startup time for a newcomer and give them some pretty useful tools. So, if you're getting a referral on this, that's solid. It's not an LTI token, sure, but it's a nice little something. If you guys are a higher level $15 supporter on Patreon or YouTube, don't forget, we do have our referral bonus. Anybody... I'll show you how it works. It's super easy. Except I'm logged in on RSI, so it might not work. Oops. Not that one. How about we don't go to our Google account? Go to our channel instead. Look at me. So if anybody goes to our channel, let's say our new player's guide has been getting a lot of referrals, and somebody decides to sign up, they will click our Join Tomato link, and it basically presents them with our own referral code randomizer. So this is one of our supporters' referral codes, and anybody who is in that tier, it'll just pop up this, and it just trades out every single time somebody clicks it. So generally after these new player guides, it gets up. But lately people have been talking about it. If you are a $15 or up supporter, please send that code to Mrs. Tomato so we can get that linked in. No medgun? Is that what it was? Yeah, no medgun. I feel like this is the attachment, but it's saying mining, salvage, true hold, and healing. Mining. Ah, okay, there it is. It's just the salvage attachment. I'm so dumb. These are the 3 different attachments. Why didn't I? Yeah. So there's no what was it? Salvage attachment in with this. So a newcomer will still have to get that. Stuff you're going to lose immediately instead of a free ship or vehicle. Again, y'all keep thinking about this constantly as the game you're playing right now. The point of this is that people are getting something applied to their account, you know? They get to keep this later. A referral, somebody who gets a referral isn't going to be jumping in the game immediately, so they might as well get something that's going to last them. A ship would last them too, and that would be good, but that doesn't mean this is bad. I don't know. 12 days of giving. We've got Luminalia gifts for all in-game. You'll find festive presents scattered around Stanton's landing zones. Discover some very special delivery missions and be visited by the loot of Luminalia Past if you look in the right container. And from December 11th through the 22nd, all citizens can unwrap a daily surprise right here. Click below for today's gift and we'll see you tomorrow. Coolio. So, I guess today's gift, we'll see what that is. Come out to the arena. Jump into the intense action of Arena Commander's team elimination and gun rush modes this holiday season and prepare to get blasted with both comfort and joy. So, this is only when 322 goes live. This isn't happening just yet, but it will be, I guess, special outfits to fight in. That's always fun, right? And then we've got a couple different contests going on. Probably some screenshot contests, maybe a video. And then they're going to ask me to log on. I'll do that later. Why you have so many REI tabs open? Because we've got things to go through today. Let me do another little... Let's do a little review. 2023 is over. So it's now time, I think, for us to go back in time and look at all the bad and good times and things that went down and talk about what we liked and didn't like. So I've got all the tabs open for all the weeks in review. It's probably not all of them. Doesn't look like 56, but it's enough that we'll get an idea of what happened throughout the year. Does Luminalia gifts persist on your player after death? Yes. They'll be able to recover it if it is in their hangar. True, once the freight elevators come out. It's okay stuff, but you're salty because you had plans for that referral LTI token. Yeah. I mean, but that's a like... Do you have Patreon? We do! Patreon is the best way to support. Thank you for asking. It's linked down below if you'd like. Compared to a free $35 ship. You know what? Let's see how much this stuff is on the store. No, not merchandise. No! Not merchandise! What would this even be? Gear? Do they sell this stuff? Or do you have to go on the, like, the subscription store for that? So it looks like an armor. An armor is like 13 bucks. Oh, here's the armor right here. Yeah, so the armor is $12.50. And the... Oh God, they don't even have a price for the backpack. Backpack's probably a couple bucks. 15 for those two. Weapon. $5 for a weapon, it looks like. 20 bucks. How much is a multi-tool? They sell those? They do not. Yeah, I don't even know how much a multi-tool would be. 4 bucks? 5 bucks? So 25 value. How much more is in there? I don't even remember what else is in there. I think that's mostly it. $25 value compared to 35. Oh, that's not too bad. Overpriced, dude. If you're gonna list prices for ships on the store as like proof for what the price should be, how are you gonna then call it overpriced when I go and I list the armor for the same thing? Some people are just ungrateful. Some people really just only want certain things. That's just how they are. Don't worry about LTI tokens. You'll probably be able to get a pretty cheap one soon with the X1 coming out. That's fair. X1 is coming out soon. All right, let's get into the year in review. And my favorite place to start with this, the only place to start with this, is our letter from the chairman at the end of last year. This was like if PES delivery was a trajectory and it was going up in hopes until like the end of last year, and then it started to go down as we realized it was going to be longer and longer until it got to March and then it released. This was right as that sort of down slide was starting, because it was still optimistic. It was still pretty hopeful for the year, but wildly so. Too many. So we're going to actually kind of just jump more to the end of this and talk about what it said about the year ahead. And that'll be our start for the year. So, last week, this would be at the end of last year. So, last December, they opened the gates and welcomed Wave 1 of testers to check out the latest content and technologies in Star Citizen Alpha 3.18. This upcoming patch release marks a giant technical leap forward on Star Citizen's journey to deliver the uncompromising and near limitless universe that we've all been dreaming of. Far from our typical quarterly release patch, this release introduces fundamental changes to our entire backend, bringing an all-new set of backend services, granting universal persistence and even the mass migration of the entire game state into the cloud, which is a tremendous undertaking and accomplishment for our teams. So this was, as 3.18 was starting to get into our hands, They were optimistic. It was in testing, and things were going okay. It took them a few months of testing to get it ready to go live. But as we all remember, when it did go live, and we'll see this as we're going throughout the year, it didn't go well. So this was the beginning of that sort of point in time. As we move towards making 3.18 stable enough to release to the live servers, I'd like to give a special shout out to everyone who has been testing it in the PTU, especially those from our dedicated Evocati group, who put many hard hours in when the patch was in its roughest and most frustrating state. Thanks to your efforts, we've been able to iterate in real time and implement improvements and fixes quicker than ever. Okay, so here's looking forward to 4.0. You're going to spend more time on this than most of these other things. You want Disintegrator Attachment Multi-Tool, used to remove bottles, gallons, and junk from cities and stations for RMC. That's solid. Like a mix between a multi-tool and a tractor beam. That's a good idea, she said. Mrs. Tomato gifting out a sub. Thank you, Mrs. T. Appreciate you. I feel like, do we get, is that a, if we're paying Turkish prices for the subs, you know what, I won't ask questions. Could also be used on bodies for Soylent Green when eaten. It will raise food and water, but you take a health hit. Movie buffs will know the Soylent Green reference. Please see, make this a thing. Why not? It's space magic. God, Scott. I just want you to be more positive, man. Oh. Grant Hero to Zero Loop Station Janitor. I would love for there to be a nice janitor progression in Star Citizen. They need that. They used to joke about it, but they never delivered on it. Okay, looking forward, the road to Alpha 4.0 this coming year is going to be a huge one for Star Citizen, possibly its biggest one to date. The first order of business is to continue to stabilize 3.18. We remember that. There will continue to harden PES, improving aspects and adding some additional quality of life features, including the ability to choose which PES shard you'd like to join. I was very excited for this, and I think a lot of people were, and this is one of the more disappointing things that they talked about quite a bit before we got PES, that they just completely dropped talking about. We don't get to choose our shard, and it kind of loads you into the same shard every time, but it would be cool to go on a list and be able to choose, like, see which one your friends are in, and be like, okay, I'm going to choose this shard, like a normal server. A server selector, like on Battlefield or something. The current game server / PES shard matchmaking tries to match you in the last PES shard you were in when you log back in or recover from a crash, but if that shard is full, it places you in a different one. So I'm guessing they just kind of continued to build on this instead of letting us choose. But in the short term, before server meshing makes this not so necessary, we also want to give players the choice to wait in a queue for their preferred shard if it is full. This hasn't happened. Maybe it will, but I don't know. The next step will be to separate the replication layer. So that's the bummer part, is that, like, obviously they're moving on with this and they haven't done this. 2024 predictions and revisit them again at the end of 2024. I'll be doing that. I'll have a video out at the end of the month for that, and a stream and a podcast. We like to cover that. That's one of the best topics you can cover, right? And I will be going over my things that I... Oh man, my predictions for this year. Some of them were very right. Some of them were very wrong. And I'm going to show you why in a little bit here. So this is, they just talk more about server meshing, replication layer, the separation of the replication layer. Once this happens, we'll be able to have multiple game servers communicate with the replication layer, allowing Star Citizen to have multiple servers simulating the universe's state, which we call server meshing. This is what we're on the way to. We will start with server meshing, where different servers are assigned to simulate different entity zones in a star system. Entity zones, sometimes referred to as local... I don't need to read this. This is an explanation of server meshing. It's still valid. This is still the kind of the process they're following, and they've iterated on it and talked about it as much, but it's clearly behind. They were hopeful that this is the process they'd be getting through in some level this year. And they have not. What's up, Black Intellect? Happy Manic Monday, my friend. I am properly manic this Monday. Thank you. Why do we still have to walk 900 years in the future? See, now that I can get with. You predict the game will be unfinished still. Craig, write that down. I'm going to jump on that bet with him. Somebody want to take us on that? And a clip and a story and a tic-tac? Echo, we're going to get a tic-tac for this thing? Sketo07's buddy. We love seeing the predictions for IAE and how some people were closer than they realized and some were AUs away. Yeah, I've stopped trying to predict ships. I'll talk about them based on what they're saying. And I put out a periodic video about which ships are coming up, but I got my one ship prediction right back in 2019, I think it was. And never again. I'm not even going to try anymore. I'm happy with that one. What's up, Frisch? At least we know where the beef comes from. Showed us in the Star Engine trailer. What beef? Beef for the pasta? Tic Tac videos. All the cool kids are doing them. All you kids eating your TikToks. We will start with server meshing. We talked about that. At first, the servers will be bound to fixed zones. I mean, for people who don't know this, I'll just briefly touch on this. At first, the servers will be bound to fixed zones. We've seen them talk about this during CitizenCon. They talked about just having each room being a server. That's what this would be like. Basically, each area of a system would be a server. First, it'll be each system. Stanton will be a server. Pyro will be a server. How many players they can put on each one? With the optimizations they're working on now, I don't know. Maybe it'll be 150. How will they balance that when you're jumping between the servers and shards? Maybe they'll disconnect you to a different... I mean, maybe these servers won't even be paired in a shard. I don't know. There's still questions about how this is going to work. But the idea at first is going to be a grouped area will be one server. That will be its own level of load. And that on its own will take... Basically, because right now, Star Citizen is booting up a server and loading 4 planets, 12 moons, dozens of caves, dozens more locations and bases, landing zones, NPCs, all these things on one server, right? So when this happens, they'll be able to do Microtech's load on one server, Hurston's load on one server, and Crusader's load on one server, and that's what they're talking about here. The next step after that will be to take those and make them dynamic. That will allow for each one to subdivide into entity zones or simulation islands. These islands will be distributed between servers to help balance simulation loading. Help balance simulation loading. That's what's going to allow basically your Javelin carrier to be, or your Javelin... Was the Javelin a destroyer? That's going to allow the Javelin to be its own server and just fly around as a game server while another city is a server and another couple of ships are a server. And those servers can change in size based on what they need to load. That's supposedly the magic of server meshing. That's what's going to make Star Citizen actually be able to expand to what it wants to be. And somebody asked what PES was earlier. That was the start of it. PES was basically making it so every object would be contained in a universal timeline of information so that when all these servers are splitting up and handling load in different places, they can all pull their information from that universal timeline and present it to whatever players are in that server as well as other ones. That process of pulling stuff from the timeline and putting it into the game is PES. That's persistent entity streaming. You're streaming entities into each server. So that was why it was so important and such a big moment for the game. And it was one of the last big prep steps for server meshing. So here's the kicker. Remember, this is December 30th of last year. Hey, Mech AK, thank you so much, by the way, for resubbing up on Prime on the channel. Glad you're liking this, the streams, baby. Okay, so we are aiming to put static server meshing and Pyro into the hands of players in the 4th quarter of 2023. Static server meshing is not going to happen. Pyro technically was in our hands, but that also doesn't count. And that's why they always have been saying, hey, you know, we can you guys can see Pyro without server meshing. That, I don't know if you guys remember last year, the first quarter, I think first or second quarter, they said something about Pyro and server meshing getting delivered, and people took that to mean they might relaunch Pyro without server meshing. And clearly they, I guess, had a plan in the background, right? This is their plan X, maybe, that they could launch Pyro in a separate server that people could try as a demo, and that's what they meant by getting it into their hands, if they weren't getting server meshing, or yeah, server meshing. The large caveat with this goal is that complicated engineering work that involves a completely new paradigm requires a host of new backend services, and technology is hard to estimate and schedule accurately, as the issues and problems that can come up along the way are hard to foresee, and as no one has implemented this system before, and plans rarely survive contact with users, especially at scale. Very long sentences, but that's what happened. This has been true for PES, as it is no secret that we were hoping to have Alpha 3.18 and PES released alive by the end of the year, as opposed to just the PTU. Delays in finalizing 3.18 and PES impact the team's ability to start on the next stage, and we still have the unknowns of how PES performs after months of heavy load. Those aren't unknown anymore. Beyond this, there are a host of other exciting features and content we have planned for 2023. This is why I was very, very wrong in my predictions this year, and it's funny too, because the letter from the chairman before this was also overly optimistic, and I also went into it knowing that it was, and I also still took it too much at its word. What I did was I took the dates that they gave us for that, and then I expanded them by 2 quarters, and I was still wrong. So for this one, I should have looked at these features and said, hey, expect 10% of this, 20% of this maybe, but I didn't. I made the mistake of jumping in on it, and I did obviously leave in the caveat that we might not get these things, they might not get delivered, but I didn't expect it to be as bad as it went this year, and I think PES was a big part of that, but ultimately this was far too optimistic, so I'll be going about it differently this year. Now here are the things that they wanted to have in this year, at least what Chris wanted to have. Pyro, with its assorted planets, moons, settlements, space stations, and assorted factions and AI population. The new resource management system in ships, which replaces the old pipe system with a much more dynamic and scalable system to allow for truly emergent behavior. This would be the engineering gameplay. Bounty hunting, with a full tracking system and the ability to actively restrain and transport both players and AI. Persistent hangars with freight elevators, allowing you to call up your stored inventory or place things into storage. Okay, now, the thing that makes this even worse for me is that all of that stuff gets listed, and then the way that the next sentence starts is towards the end of the year. So this is, all of the stuff I just said was the stuff he was like thinking, okay, this is kind of general year's time. And then at the end of the year, we'll talk more about this stuff. So now we're talking about the longer term stuff that he was thinking for this year. We should see some of the Squadron 42 related work arrive in Star Citizen. More flexible player traversal. We did see some what was it, mantling, kind of climbing over stuff, things, but the sliding, the EVA stuff, a lot of that didn't make it in. But then they say, especially on ladders and ledges, a greatly improved interaction system, FPS scanning and radar, the new star map, MFDs using the more prominent and flexible building blocks UI system, and much deeper combat AI. We got the combat AI. We got some ledges platforming, but that's it. There's no way he could put out another letter like this year. I mean, I say that, but whatever he does put out, now, I think I'm just going to go off of my own feelings. And I do feel like a lot of... Funny enough, I feel like a lot of the stuff on this list is stuff we can actually expect for next year. The star map, for sure. FPS scanning, I think there's a good possibility of that. The improved interaction, yes. Better player traversal, I think so, yes. Engineering, yes. Persistent hangars and freight elevators, yes. In all those things, yeah, I can see for next year because of now what we've seen, but we hadn't seen what we've seen now back then. And honestly, as the person who's putting out the videos and streams on YouTube, I'd like to take this time to formally say I'm sorry for not doing a better job at communicating that stuff to you guys. I should have known that better. I've been in this for a few years now, and that was a learning opportunity for me for sure. I'll take that one. They also say that the Gen 12 renderer is functioning in 3.18, but the graphics team will work on multi-threading improvements and optimizations for the renderer, as well as hook up the Vulkan graphics API to it. This still hasn't happened either, but that's going to be a big moment for optimization in the game, so that'll be good. We haven't actually heard much about Vulkan lately, so I don't know what's going on with it, but we'll see them talk about it a little bit as we review the year. Finally, they ended the year with 861 employees last year. Thinking we're like 300 above this now. The community grew to more than 4 million accounts and 1.8 million backers. In terms of account numbers, I can confirm more people have now joined Star Citizen since around August of 2019 than before. So, in the last 4 years, more people have joined Star Citizen than in previous 6. We've achieved a lot this year, including our moves into 2 wonderful homes for most of our staff. We fell short on a few others like 3.18 and PES. But overall, last year was a very good year for them. 2022 was an incredible year for them despite them having so many difficulties. With that though, let's move into the year. That was at the end of the previous year. Now we're on to January 9th. Let's look at what they were talking about in this week in Star Citizen. You understand that the letter from the chairman versus reality is essentially like if you wrote down the kind of spouse you wanted to be versus what kind you actually are. I mean, it should just be, here's what I am, right? Expecting to see static server meshing on a planet or moon level? Yeah, I think so, before they can reach dynamic. Still maybe the most realistic letter he's written. Yeah, it was, right? And it's tough to say that it's getting better, but it still needs to work, because that was wildly wrong. Yeah, I think this year's letter will be more grounded. This year's CitizenCon was definitely more, here's how we improved on last year's stuff to actually deliver it. I'm hoping that this year's letter will be the same. I don't think we'll get all of that next year, but I think there's a good chance of getting a lot of it. Star map, freight elevators, new quantum travel, missions, factions, interaction system, and then static server meshing. If we got those things by the end of next year, I'd be cool. Obviously, I want to see other types of gameplay and stuff, but like, oh, that would handle a lot of our problems. 4 over, thank you. Most people have joined SC, then have been hit by lightning the past year. How much of what CR puts out comes from the smoke the devs teams are collectively blowing? CIG is over a barrel on dependency on a small set of specialized team members. I think it's incredibly easy to miscommunicate progress, especially when it comes to things that could be working one day and then not working the next. Personally, I would hope that people would be kept more in line if they were saying too many things that got Chris into that much hot water, you know? I would hope that if he was getting into hot water like that, he would be the one that was responsible for it instead of someone else. Or if somebody else was, that would be taken care of, you know? It's kind of acceptable if he does it, because he's the one person who can say things to derail a company. Every company has one. Most of them are pretty hidden behind the scenes. I would say there's like there's a definite spectrum of like who runs BlackRock compared to who runs Tesla, you know? There's a lot of different ways that a CEO could mess up the messaging of a company, so I'll give him that. But if somebody else was feeding him the info and then that was coming out like that, that ain't great. Sitcom was good and we are seeing an uptick in onboarding, but there has to be accountability to move forward, as always. And I think there's a certain level of accountability that needs to be pushed before it starts to get long in the tooth, you know? Like, it's all about being tasteful about it. And December, I think, is one of the best months of the year to do that. So our podcast will be focusing a little bit more on feedback and stuff. And that's what this kind of stream is about. Bringing this stuff to light, showing people how the year went, reminding folks what the good and the bad was. So, here we go. They open up the year with some thanks, some celebrations. Thank you for taking part in our contests. These are the ones they talked about for coming up this year as well, Luminalia. Now we're gearing up for what will be Star Citizen's biggest year to date, and we're excited to continue on this journey with you in 2023. It was the biggest year to date, but so will next year be. Let's see. They launched a new lore schedule. They started releasing lore differently this year because the lore team got more involved in the game. That was actually a really good sign. I don't know if they specifically say that here. Let's see. Having weekly fictional content has been something that's been ongoing since the game was initially announced back in 2012. They've been doing this a lot. That's why there's so much lore. Astropub was just saying last week, I think, on one of the podcasts that, by the way, if you see Astropub online, make sure to go hit him up. You know, tell him, wish him a good week, wish him a happy day. Give him your thoughts and blessings. He's having a little bit of a tough time. Don't go in there, and please don't go ask him about the tough time. I beg you, please. Just give him a hi, you know? He's a good man, good friend of the community, and every once in a while, everyone needs a little pick-me-up. Where were we? So yeah, the narrative team's been doing all this stuff for like a decade, right? But now they're switching over, and that's what they're kind of explaining at the beginning of last year. As the game has come to life, the need for these posts has decreased since players are able to start crafting their own stories in the verse. That's kind of an excuse. The real reason is they're writing more for in-game. Now, we may be hitting the pause button on new lore for the website, but there's always a chance we could write a special post to contextualize an in-game event, progress an ongoing Empire-wide storyline, or simply check in on one of many stories, characters that have come to life in the dispatches over the last 10 years. That's going to be a great way for them to rope people more into the game lore too. So a lot of this needs to come out in-game as opposed to on the website. Oh my god. That dichotomy of chat. I'm glad CR ain't Musk, and I wish CR was Musk. Man. I don't know why anybody would want CR to be more CR than CR is. I think he's at a good level. Have you ever seen him in the same room? No. I can't say I have. Thank God. Could you touch on the future of ship insurance? Seems pointless to buy lifetime insurance when you can make millions of in-game credits and just reinsurance your ship for pennies. Red Rogue, you've uncovered the secret. Don't tell them. Yeah, that's kind of the deal. But CIG has managed to draw a lot of emphasis on insurance, and people really value it. And generally, things are as valuable as people place value on them as. So, because CIG was able to make that value, naturally, lifetime insurance has become this token of like just of must have. I think 10-year insurance is great. I don't think that insurance in this game is going to be that big of a deal, to be honest. Unless you have like 40 ships, that might be a problem. But for most players, I think insurance is not going to be that bad. It's just going to be a little money sink that you have to deal with. I wouldn't expect it to be more than a few thousand a week at most. But who knows? We don't know what the economy is going to look like. It could be balanced to be a couple grand, or it could be balanced to be 50 grand a day. And either of those could be cheap for us. We don't know how much we're supposed to be earning at some point. But yeah, it's just kind of like an arbitrary thing that CIG has created to place more value on something. And it's a sales tactic, really. Make sure to get your free skins on the website today. Yeah, for Luminalia. That's why it bugs you. They keep making LTI more rare. They know what they're doing. Yeah, but we were making calls for this back in 2018. I remember on Reddit in 2017, 2018, we were like, guys, we need to just stop caring as much about LTI. Because they kept on pushing it further and further and further to make people want it more and more and more. And we were like, guys, we can see what's happening here. but that never really worked. Seems scammy. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say scammy, but it's definitely a little bit predatory. I think a few of the different things they do marketing-wise are predatory, and that's why I tell people not to buy ships. You have 28 ships, you don't want to manage insurance for that many ships. Yeah, and again, that's why I think that CIG has set themselves up for more pain by encouraging people to buy a lot of ships when it's not going to be a great experience. Buying ships without LTI seems like pre-owned. Do I think it'll be super expensive then in the future? No, I don't. Specifically because they are trying to allow people to buy ships, but they're also trying not to make it so that the people who buy ships have a huge advantage over everyone else. So they're not going to say, hey, you bought this ship, you get lifetime insurance, so you're going to have this a lot less money to pay than the average player. They're going to make it something reasonable, I think. It'll be nice for folks who can't consistently play or who don't want to deal with buying insurance. It will be nice for them. I agree with you there. When building a house, progress is only visible after the foundations are laid. They are still working on the foundations, but moving furniture in at the same time. Thank God, though. It sucks to have a finished house with no furniture. LTI will be a benefit to have, but it won't be game breaking. Yeah, I don't think so. Wopstrick, that might be your view. He's in a very unfortunate situation. If you're not a fan, just not say anything. Where are the free skins? You have to go to the Luminalia post on the front page. Still think all things bought with real money should have LTI. Amazed our society allows this kind of marketing. We live in a capitalistic society. Considering what most people pay for insurance in real life, skipping a speculative change in insurance values in the future. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm still on insurance. Let's get back to this. ADHD, folks. It's a joy when you want to talk about a bunch of different things. So we had this first week was really about just introducing people back to the game. They're showing some community stuff, community MVP. Nothing really happens in January. That's what you're going to get from these first couple weeks in Star Citizen. So we go to the next one. And Red Festival is underway. This is an event with little red letters you can find around the game. Add it to the list of events throughout the year that gives you something to do in game, but also might be linked to a sale. Either way, I appreciate that these are so common in a game that is so not finished. I'm personally all about focusing entirely on development. Push in the features, put all the development towards whatever's going to improve our future experience. But I'm also super sympathetic to the people who are just playing this game to play it and want to just have a good time. I'm glad that they do these things that somebody who doesn't play the game often, maybe are looking for a special time to jump in. It's nice that there's not 1 to 2 special times throughout the year. There's like a special thing every month or two. So if you are looking for those special times, this I think provides a nice ready-made schedule for you to know when to jump in. That's cool to me. And so I appreciate that we started it out with the Red Festival. We had some contests, some new paints, new ways to get money. Ninetales were back in space with the Siege of Orison, which just got its second remake earlier this year, or I guess late in the year. And then the Lunar New Year. We had the Daymar Rally launch, which is a great event, thrown on by Atmo Esports. We've got a couple of teams in GII that are getting into that. Probably, actually, one of the best ranked racing teams now in the verse. GII has some incredible folks who are getting into these races and setting lap times and putting together stuff for the Daymar Rally going forward. So looking forward to how that goes. I think I might try and reach out to the team and see if we could put together a video about GII's efforts there. But we'll have to see if they have the server space. 1,000 people took part in the last one, probably more this time. It's like something like 30 to 40 servers that they take over for this. It's crazy. And then 318 was still in PTU. We got our monthly reports. Turbulent Environment team came on to talk. And Todd Pappy came on to talk as well. Actually, that must have been a good talk. I don't remember that one. Oh, they were talking about 318. This was a big one because Turbulent was just starting to do their sort of bigger media rounds for the year. Turbulent's been all over the place over the last year. They've shown up at CitizenCon, Star Citizen Lives, Inside Star Citizens, all kinds of stuff, and they've been making a big splash. We just released a new exclusive video. Again, for anybody who does support us, thank you so much. We try to make these videos for y'all. This one was about that back end. No, this is about Turbulent and how they've helped to transform the development of Star Citizen and helped to progress the game to its goal of, well, at least try to progress the game to its goal of getting 100 star systems. That's not to say it's going to happen, but I think Montreal and what they've done over the last year or couple years is a big part of that effort. So I would check this out, and there's a few other videos we'll see throughout the year that we can check out. GII Daymar bike team will win. By winning, I mean winning in spirit and love of life, not to be confused with winning the race. Y'all will win the race. Don't doubt yourself. We got some very good racers, dude. Give us a Quebec CitizenCon. Montreal CitizenCon would be cool. It's pretty central, too. I think that would be the only East Coast location, right? American's East Coast location that we could host something, so... it would definitely be more central, easier place for people to get to. Feathers, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. Appreciate you. Once the Squad 42 team gets more integrated to SC, things will get faster. I think things have already gotten faster. I mean, in my opinion. But we will continue to speed up. Agreed. Alright. Next one was January 30th. This last one, by the way, was the 23rd, just to give you an idea of how late in the year they get started. This was the first Inside Star Citizen of the year, and it was on like the 26th. So once they stop, and they will stop, this week might be their last Inside Star Citizen. We won't have another one for almost a month and a half. So the next one, they're talking about more racing events. Showing off Bar Citizens. Looks like they had one this weekend in Tampa, Florida. This is the 30th of January, by the way. Talking more about 318. Monthly report came out. Inside Star Citizen about Arena Commander. This is when they started talking about Arena Commander improvements. Those were coming out in the monthly reports. More new modes they kept mentioning, different things they wanted to do, but we still didn't know quite what was going on. Next week after that, we got into February. CitCon is in Manchester next year, then the Smart Money in on Quebec the next. We don't know where CitizenCon is next year, and I've heard whispers and murmurs, Vassen. The Los Angeles CitizenCon this year was a wake-up call to how expensive these events can be, not just for them, but for the people who are visiting. And Montreal would be much, much more affordable for everyone in the world than Manchester. Thank you, Feathers. Appreciate your love. All right, the next following week, they released Alpha 318 to Waves 1 and 2. So by February, we were to 1 and 2. As of December, it was to the early stage. I don't know. Then they also announced CitizenCon's location, which was Los Angeles, in October. So by the first week of February, we were aware of where CitizenCon would be taking place, so I guess we'll get our answer sometime soon. Let's see. Love is in the air. As we approach February 11th, the celebration of Coromore in the Star Citizen universe, we have plenty of ways to join festivities. So another event was getting started February 11th. They keep coming. They keep going. And you can bet there would be a sale during that one too. We got the monthly newsletters, monthly report. Inside Star Citizen was... Oh, no, sorry. The video for that week was a Journey to 4.0 video. Funny enough, I think it was the best Journey to 4.0 video we got. And also, One of the ones that is least connected to the actual 4.0 update, at least from what we know now. But just to give you guys a little reminder, this is what we were watching. Very good video. Very exciting.
We jump farther ahead and take a look at works.
Very exciting ideas.
Redo of Lowville. That's turning into a much bigger cityscape. And what that means is every city in the game is ready for these building interior spaces. Now, one thing to note is the cityscapes are probably going to change a little bit. Just from an initial investigation, we found our buildings are quite small. So expect to see the skylines go through a period of transition, but that's cool because that means we're designing the inside of the buildings and then we'll redo the architecture to fit to that. So I think it's going to be super positive for the game. So just in case we was thinking it's all just blue sky concept, actually we're going to start full production on these spaces right at the end of this quarter.
So they've been working on this. This is actually a big part of what the PU teams have been working on, specifically the Montreal team, of course, but also the EU team. And the efforts here are based around the ideas. Let me go back actually a little bit. These are based around the idea of expanding cities into more than just a single landing zone with some stores. These are meant to actually take those buildings that we see in cities and fill them with things that are useful to that city. Delivering locations, offices, industrial sections where we can do engineering, places where we can meet with mission givers that are executives. This is going to do a lot to flesh out cities and make them more a location you're supposed to actually want to visit. Here's a little peek into what they were saying.
Corporate wings, there could be manufacturing, there could be office spaces. And what we try to think about with these, it's more than just a flat room. There should be advanced traversal, it should be multi-tiered. So outside of the commercial offices, we've also got like restaurants and bars. So what we're looking at here is a pretty cool like skyline bar in Lowville. That could be fun. But also in restaurants, Chris always described the idea of really high-end restaurants in the game where you can get access to food choices that isn't available anywhere else. So right at the foot of the building, we're going to start talking about the lobby. So as I said before, these are going to be access points to the player, but also we can do more than just a standard foyer that we're seeing in the game right now. So this sort of space we're seeing here is, imagine there's an underground transit network, and that transit station feeds a network of building lobbies. So these could be social spaces, these could be really good combat spaces. They could have access to mini restaurants or bars or facilities. And we're just showing that in a variety of art styles. So one's a fairly low end, one could be fairly high end, but the infrastructure is the same. So as we're exploring art style opportunities, this then drives where it would be appropriate. So some would be more appropriate in somewhere like Area 18, some would be more appropriate in somewhere like Horizon, and obviously some would be more appropriate for future landing zones like Odessa or Prime. And also,
he literally, I didn't even catch that. He named Odessa. He named Odessa by name. He named Odessa and Prime by name. He didn't even mention Levski. I guess Odessa and Prime would have more buildings than Levski. But even those names coming out, God, my stomach like jumped. For reference or for context, Odessa is the main landing zone in Magnus, which is the home system to Drake Interplanetary and Garden Interstellar Initiative, our organization. And Prime is the home, the capital city in Terra, which is probably going to be the main star system in all of Star Citizen. Levski has done it underground. Yeah, but I mean, he's also talking about Lorville and Orison, right? He mentions, I think he mentions Lorville, Orison, and then he mentions, I just forgot the names.
Some would be more appropriate in somewhere like Horizon, and obviously some would be more appropriate for future landing zones like Odessa or Prime.
Why wouldn't you say Levski? I know I'm reading into it. I'm just hyping up the names. It doesn't mean they're anywhere near close, but we know those are coming at some point. So, yay!
Versal spaces. So in these illustrations, you're seeing a variety of routes to then help inform the initial conversation with level design. Now, finally, we're going to talk about the underground. Now, this is, I think, one of the coolest spaces. So rather than just focusing on the positive axis of the building, we're going to look at the underground. Now, what this does, it means...
This is, I think, what is going to tie these things into the distribution centers we're getting. Maybe our cities will see underground entrances. Actually, something interesting. One of the best things to do is to go back into like the 2015, 2016 theory crafting that these devs were doing. They used to talk about the idea of cities having not armistice zones, but having enough security that you have to go through customs. You have to remove your guns because they don't allow guns in a city, right? That makes sense. Maybe a city like Lorville, you can carry guns, but like in Orison, they're going to take your guns, yeah? But if they have these underground entrances in different places, specifically places like Lorville, I would say, you'd be able to smuggle stuff in. And that could be parts of missions, that could be part of bounty hunting, or part of piracy and getting away from bounty hunters. So the fact that we're now starting to see that go from ideation and theory crafting to in concept, and, you know, I'm guessing next year we'll see more of this stuff in kind of gray box, and hopefully with more of the designers talking about how it can be utilized, it might be that those things are being realized, which would be great to hear.
Space that doesn't need to be contained inside the building. So within a lobby, we want the player to start to traverse down into these spaces, and these could be underground transit networks. They could be abandoned underground transit networks. This then could drive potential racing opportunities. So when we was doing this, we thought, oh, it'd be really cool. Like, what would it look like if there's an underground street race going on there? Also, there could be traversal opportunities. Like I said before, if the player wanted to go into one building, down, and then through, and then up into another building, what would that traversal network be like? Especially if we're thinking about, if it's an older part of the underground of a city, maybe it's less used, you know, people have built up, that would instantly inspire a whole bunch of traversal and investigation missions there. Or maybe there's an old aqueduct or an old infrastructure underground. You know, this could be perfect for underground street racing or other racing opportunities.
When I think of the underground stuff, hold on, let me find this clip. The thing that we didn't have before this year, ever, in Star Citizen, at any point, we never had finished game footage. I don't care who you are. Go back and look at the vertical slice videos, any inside Star Citizen, any demo of anything we've ever seen from Star Citizen, none of it ever looked finished, right? Even if it was like, this gameplay looks good, there wasn't the rendering and the lighting and like all of the little things that you'd expect to see from a game that's at a quality we want nowadays. Until the CitizenCon. Now, when I think of these underground shots, I don't just think of the concept art they're showing us. I think of this. Here it is. I think of this shot. Like, if this is what these areas under... I mean, I know this is custom made for Squadron 42, so this might look better, also rendering and everything. But if this is the kind of environments we can expect from these areas under buildings, it's going to be so cool to see what they can pump in there with missions and stuff. Scared you popping out at you like that? I can make a little loud chicken noise go out when you're when I come out too, for extra dramatic effect. Metro Citizen, Star Citizen 2033.
So in a nutshell, what we looked at is a blue sky investigation into what building interiors could be like for the game. These are essentially dungeon kits. You know, we want to be able to work on these areas in a fairly procedural manner, and we want these to be dungeon opportunities for gameplay spaces. It also will start to inform the future of player-owned habitation and the type of visuals or look and feels that could be.
Yeah.
So this ties into a much larger initiative. So we're seeing it a little bit now with the redo of Lowville. That's turning into a much bigger cityscape. And what that means is every city in the game is ready for these building interior spaces.
Oh, see, I thought ArcCorp still needed some building changes. So that means that we're probably not going to see an ArcCorp update for a while. But if every city's ready for this, we know that they've been working on it. And we actually have some early white box footage of what they were doing. So we know it's not just like they presented the concepts and then stopped working. Like they're actually building this stuff into the game, and this would be a microtech. Looks like a residential building, I think, maybe a apartment building. You can kind of tell it has, like, this looks like a lobby area, a little central lobby area with rooms all down these hallways, and then over here you've got one of these rooms. Heading out. Bye, Mrs. T. And so that was a microtech one. You can see it here. He's getting out of the ship and going over to the place. So this is like landing on top of a building, going down to your apartment kind of stuff. It's really cool stuff, and it was introduced in February, back during this week. But we haven't heard too much about it. I thought it was something we'd see at CitizenCon, but it did not happen. So probably next year. Yeah, or dungeons. The idea of entering cities underground is really cool. Hi, Mrs. T. Bye, Mrs. T. She's going to run some errands. We don't... So we only have one car. And unfortunately is my, like, early adulthood car, so it's not necessarily made for living as an adult. Definitely working on getting that fixed. But it's like my old manual coupe with, like, a problem on third gear that doesn't run well, so she doesn't drive it. And since we only have one car, basically we're stuck here all the time. So we actually rented a car recently so that she could be able to do stuff. Because, like, I'm always streaming, and we can never get things done. So she finally can get out and like, do stuff without having to have me tagging along. You believe building interiors will come once they're done with the updated UGFs? I could bet on that, yeah. That's probably something that they're thinking for later on. Wendigo! Thank you for the membership on YouTube, though. Appreciate you. Interesting to see how they handle the ship congestion for those apartments. One of the things, actually, that they mentioned in this video that I didn't touch on was smaller hangars. Check this out.
And as you can see here, it's not just the landing pad, it's the gameplay space that goes along with it too. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to be a single building. Imagine there is a network hub that services a few different buildings. So what we're looking at here is maybe like a transit hub where the player could land, get on some transit, and then that would lead to some buildings.
So basically I think what he's presenting here is the idea of a mini landing zone. Take a city, split it up into different sections. Each section has itself like a small set of hangars instead of one large starport, or a large starport as well as small hubs of hangars like this around the city. It could probably work. Obviously, they would still use the same sort of persistent hangar tech they're going to use for everything else, where the hangars move once you land and move away. But I think these little hubs will help them to allow people to land in more places. Well, all right. Spent a lot of time on that week, huh? It's the first time you got in a membership. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I know I keep saying this, but please make sure to go to the main page on YouTube and check out our exclusive videos we make for you. Will they automatically keep the subscription? I actually don't know. I think so. Do I think they'll ever do randomized interiors? Game like the Backrooms and Lethal Company really have made you realize how much replayability randomized game spaces add. Well, they use procedural creation. So they'll have interiors that are set by archetype, by game type, or gameplay type, by probably certain types of architectural styles, and then they will mix and match those different setups to create different interiors. I'm assuming the building interior kind of stuff they're doing here is probably kind of like the stuff that a game like GTA 6 is working on. Rockstar is building in their engine. But we'll have to see. Sebozum, hello. So are they selling real estate? Well, no. I mean, probably at some point, but not right now. You think you care way less about apartments now that we've seen their vision for persistent hangars? We have the ships with habs. No longer sure why I'd want an apartment. Ships with habs. I don't think there's habs in the hangars, are there? I mean, we have... Wait, did you say ships with habs? We have ships with habs. Yeah, we can go to sleep in our ship. I think that was always kind of the case for a lot of people. Some people like the idea of living on a city or living in a space station. Some people will probably just live off of their ships. Different starting locations for everybody, I think. Some people will probably just carry a cot with them around. Start on a planet. If 100 people wanted the same mission and shared it with the group, what are you asking? Fasten your pay? You're getting paid in, I don't know, we'll have to find something in game. Getting paid in bases. We build bases for you. What pay? Oh. Oh, you're talking to Sparicado. I thought that's a Space Tomato. Space Tomato. Similar. Alright, so the next week, after the first one of February, we jump to February 8th. Oh, we've got a roadmap roundup. How fun! Look at that. I threw in a couple little roadmap roundups here so we can kind of jump into the actual goings on, get a little surprise. Hey, Wendigo, Wendigo, thank you for gifting out a membership to somebody as well. Appreciate you. Oh, you're buying one and canceling it to see? I see. Alright, so, February 8th. The upcoming release of Alpha 3.18 brings important advancements to the technology behind Star Citizen. The highlight of this update is persistent entity streaming, which represents a monumental effort from our engineering teams. We are eager to share this update with more players soon and are thrilled about the improvements it will bring. To ensure server and client stability in Alpha 3.18, both before and after launch, our team has decided to extend the 3.18 branch for an extra patch cycle. This will allow us to address any issues that may arise. As a result, the next update following the release of Alpha 3.18 will come before Invictus launch week, and will feature a variety of new and exciting content you can read about below. Although this update will be designated 3.19, it will be built on the Alpha 3.18 codebase. This video release was followed shortly by, you guessed it, anger. It was a Star Citizen press release, so you know, it must. People were not happy. This is just 3.19. The update cycle is broken. 3.18 has ruined how updates happen. It was... that was a fun time. And... there was a video here somewhere. Man, I'm not going to be able to find it, because I go off of thumbnails. I have a video that I will link to you guys. I have a video explaining all of why this happened, and why... Here it is. This video, Understanding Star Citizen. I'm going to post this in the chat. This is all about why this whole thing happened, and why, when it happened, it wasn't actually... It didn't mean that the game's update cycle was going to change. If you are new to Star Citizen, or even if you are interested in understanding why Star Citizen is updated the way it is, I would save that video. I know I'm plugging, it's a pump up, but it actually was a very important video. I originally made it for supporters, and I think I really screwed up on the thumbnail and title. It ended up doing terribly, as you can see. The video before it has 32,000 views, the one after it has 86,000, and this one has 10. So I did not do a good job at marketing this video, but I think it's a good one to watch because it explains very much in depth why the update system is the way it is and why 3.18 and 3.19 happened the way they did. It was in a response to a lot of the anger that happened because of this change. 3.18 was bad, and 3.19 needed to bring in a lot of that background so that they can continue working on it, and it's the same thing they did with 3.15 and 3.16. But 3.15 and 3.16 did not see nearly as much anger about it because... Honestly, I think it was because it was just a different time, and there were a lot less people who didn't understand how the updates worked. But I also think it's because there was a lot of anger due to 3.18 already. What are some of the perks we've got? Well, you get exclusive videos on YouTube, exclusive chat rooms, behind the scenes, you get to watch our podcasts live, and we give you all of the codes to our giveaways, which we have one ending this week. Will I make Star Citizen lore videos? I will, but right now they do not do very well. So I'm going to wait until we've grown a little bit more and there's more interest in that. What you found being so new to the game, you don't make your home base in a city, rather be on a space station because it's easier to get to and from. Yeah, and that's why they're trying to build more reasons into the city for people to want to be there, so that sometimes you might want to be in a space station because it's easy to get to and from, but a city might have way more missions and higher paying missions, so you want to be closer to there. But in the state of the game right now, I totally understand wanting to start in space stations. Checked out after 318 until 320. Probably a good call. Abdi, appreciate you, dude. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Let me throw you a little shout out. How's your streams been? Alright, on the release view, they also were talking about releasing the Loreville change-up. We just listened to that. The new player experience came in. This was the first new player experience we actually got in the game. Not super pristine and polished, but good enough to help a new player understand more of the game. We got new missions, which were a pretty big focus for this year. We did not get that many missions prior to 2022, and I think that was actually a big highlight of the year. Or prior to 2023, sorry. After that, this week in Star Citizen covers Valentine's Day, you can imagine. Love is in the air! Coromore has occurred over the weekend. They had a screenshot contest. Wave 1 and Wave 2 backers were still in 318. The narrative team put out a portfolio on one of the in-game companies. Inside Star Citizen talked about server meshing. And on Friday, Star Citizen Live Broadcast talked about Standard and Pyro. Here's another fun one. They put out a video about server meshing. And hey, guys, guess what the reaction was? I'll give you 2 guesses. Actually, the reaction was mixed. But guess what wasn't missing from the reaction? Anger! There was a moment in here, probably here. Let's listen and see if it comes up.
Aspect of it. So, do these zones keep existing? How do we reuse them? Do we want to reuse them? What's the effect on PES, right, for these zone transition subsystems? So that's been the highlight of it has been really about identifying that and then how we make it dynamic.
The best thing which came out of today is basically the same which comes again out of summits. It's to get.
I'm sorry, what?
The best thing which came out of today is basically the same which comes again out of summits. It's to get.
Okay, I think he said it's like the best thing that can come out of summits.
Alignment that everyone gets the same idea into their mind in a detailed level. This is, yeah, that's general alignment. That's not.
After day 2, I think the biggest question is still how we're gonna operationalize the dynamic mesh. And so, we still have these big statements like, oh, we're gonna request additional DGSs and then assign them. Now we're gonna have to flesh out, how do we request them? How do we know they're ready? How do we assign them? How does that actually work? Is gonna be the key to the next steps.
That will then be built over the coming months. And of course, it's not just us as well as the strike team. We have, 50 or so game teams that are also going to have to take this code and then have to adapt all their functionality that they have across Star Citizen to use all this cool technology. So, yeah, this is the start of server meshing in its current form.
Okay.
In our case, it's cramming.
So that right there, that whole segment of time was, and you can see this is a 17-minute video, but we just played 50 seconds of it. And I don't think
a lot of developers into a room, closing the doors, getting to drink coffee and talking a lot. It's very much a list of stuff that we've got to determine. We basically have a list of stuff that we need to nail down. Open questions, miscommunications between teams. We need to get these 3 key teams all aligned, all pointing in the same direction, so they all fully understand what it is they're building. We resolve the technical niggles that we have between these teams, so they really understand what it is they're making. We correct problems before they happen, so there's misunderstandings between the interfaces, between the teams that can be quite expensive to fix. Having a summit like this allows us to fix these problems in advance and fix them much more cheaply. So yeah, we need to just, this is what gives us the solid plan that we're going to be working to for the next year. So touch wood, We're in a position now to finally push on and get the very first version, which is static server meshing, in place. We're bound to find other problems on this journey, but we can invent our way. We know we can invent our way around these problems. So yeah, we may occasionally get slowed down, but we don't get. We're still determined to deliver this.
So I don't know what you guys get from that. That was like the last 2 minutes of that, but that was really the big focus that a lot of people took away from this announcement, and the response was not great. Let's see if I can Star Citizen server meshing just starting. If you do a search, and you were to look, yeah, so I think this is actually, no, this is 1 month ago. If you do a search and you look at, a lot of this is about recent server meshing stuff, but if you look at the posts from back then, people took this to mean that they had only just started working on server meshing. And there was panic in the air. People thought that the messaging there was that the teams were just getting started on server meshing and they didn't really know exactly how it was going to work. Now, that's true. They didn't know how exactly it was going to work, but they were not just starting. That was very, very, very long into the process of making server meshing work. And now that we've seen in October that they have it working, and that clearly it wasn't that they were just getting started, I think it's good to look back and remember that when it comes to open communication, or what some people call open communication, some people say this isn't open at all. I don't know. Pick yours. But when it comes to this kind of thing, it's easy to misinterpret stuff. And when CIG puts out a video like that, and then doesn't put out any follow-ups, even though they called that video part 1, it kind of can exacerbate the problem. So, like, on our side, we should probably be a little bit more understanding of what they're actually saying and not jump to conclusions. But on their side, really, guys, please, if you say part 1, please give us a part 2. Thank you. What's cool about looking back at this is seeing that it actually worked, got them all on the same page, and we got out of it was a CitizenCon server meshing demo. Yeah. And like, it just took time. It just took time. I'm really glad though that it happened when it did. Or I'm glad that they were able to figure things out for themselves, and I hope it continues to go well. So that was that week. That was a big week for them. Just pushing that out and explaining server meshing. We've been waiting for that for a long time. They also released Salvage with 3.19. This is, I feel like this is a little early. Let's move this back. February, part 1 of 1. February 20th. Happy Monday, citizens. They're still in PTU for 3.18. Roadmap Roundup was released. In Inside Star Citizen, they talked about new mining improvements coming to 3.19. You guys remember they balanced the resources around and changed up mining. That was kind of a surprise update. It went with Salvage. That made 3.19 a very nice industrial update, even though it was not a big update. We had River Guy on to talk about what he was doing with rivers. As we've seen now, he has advanced to Water Guy at CitizenCon. And then we had a roadmap roundup that week, as I said. RSI Scorpius Antares was added to the release view. We had a lot of good fun talking about the Antares. This was one of those ships that they dropped, and people were like, why did you do this? Why'd you make this? The whole one button thing everybody talked about. It was a huge moment. God, why are there so many moments of drama? Like, seriously, we have every other week I'm like, anger, drama. So this ship was not very enjoyed because it's literally a one button gameplay ship. And it was released in a time when that was the only way you could play it. But then there's also engineering gameplay that'll come online. There's probably going to be a lot more effort put into EMP and quantum jamming and interdiction gameplay now that quantum travel is being finalized. There's going to be more things for the co-pilot to do, but because the game isn't where it's supposed to be, this is a pretty boring ship right now. But here's a trailer they released for it, if you want to remember the hype.
All available pilots to the strip. Kill the split. You are cleared for takeoff.
Julius flight. Engage burn in flight heading 110.
Alright, here we go.
Missile incoming! Launching countermeasures!
Alright, shut them down.
I've got a shot. Clear them out.
Thanks for the assist.
Anytime.
Quantum jammers engaged.
Let's finish this.
Super fun. Good for you guys. So this was released last year, and that was kind of the week of the Antares drama week. There's always something, right? You'd love some binoculars that would zoom out just holding down the F button and scrolling. Binoculars would be great. Rangefinders, it'd be awesome. Yeah, I think this ship will be really cool when we have engineering. The ability to... I mean, the whole point of engineering is they want to make sure that a ship that has more than one person in it, if there's another person, they can completely dominate other ships, even if that other ship is more powerful, because it becomes less a game of shooting and more a game of strategy. So, if they're doing things correctly when they balance this game, the ship should be very powerful. Because you're in a small ship with a pretty rare item, being the EMP and the quantum interdictor, and you have two people. Like, this could be the difference between winning an org battle and not. If you can fly a Scorpius in with two people under the radar and stop like a javelin from jumping out with the valued target, you just paid for yourself with this ship. So, they could do it. It just depends on how they balance it and how they work with engineering. Let's see. We also got some new... They added new contracts to the Progress Tracker. They finally added the Duster faction outfits to the Progress Tracker. So this was in February. We just got the Duster outfits now in December. So to give you an idea of how long it took for them to develop a faction, there it is. But we heard about these so much without ever seeing them. It's very annoying. And that's now, as we know, because they wanted to make a splash at CitizenCon. If there's a thicker combat mechanic for engineering, all the issues you have with the Astartes disappears. I think that's their goal. If you put binoculars in a trailer, put binoculars in the game. Bro, if you want the things in the trailers to be in the game, I've got a list. I've got a freaking list. Like, even the... Have you seen the Vulture trailer? Where the box gets pushed out of the Vulture deposit and it literally pushes other boxes out of the way? Let's talk about things in trailers, man. What's up, Pumpkin Master? It is a lot of tabs. We've got a lot of progress to go through. Is the Antares specifically the one people had issues with, or are both models of the Scorpius being called out? No, it was just the Antares. Can we talk about the GTA 1997 NPCs? I don't know what you mean. Clear and discernible lights or landmarks on every hangar and landing location. I'd love that too. Yeah. We also got master modes and persistent hangars on the Progress Tracker that week, so a pretty big update for the Progress Tracker. Moving on to the next week. Let's see. It looks like 3.18 was made open to all testers on the PTU, so everybody by this point was able to play 3.18. That's the last week of February. A lot of testing going on, but unfortunately, even as they tried to encourage people, look at, we wanted to thank all of the PTU testers out there for helping us kick the tires and bang the pipes. Your participation and engagement have proved the invaluable in helping us identify critical issues such as the memory leak that was causing some pesky crashes. Your help is super appreciated and plays a vital role in getting 3.18 to the live servers, especially this week as we navigate the home stretch. The more traffic we can get on the PTU this week, the better odds we have of getting this one out the door, so hope to see you in the verse alongside us. They were running different little things. They were encouraging people to get into PTU, but unfortunately they could not scale testing. And so when this went live, things did not go well because they couldn't find all the things they needed to. And that's why part of their testing ways of testing have gone differently with the PTU. It also helps that they're introducing the Cloud Test Launcher, which we talked about in the Montreal video for supporters on the YouTube page. The crashes to desktop was a memory leak. Oftentimes they are. They end up with memory leaks in different places in this game a lot, which I guess is a thing. Have 2 accounts, put the second count on the back seat and hit the button. Yeah, in the current game, but that's not how it's going to work in the future. Will we be able to have a space elevator? Maybe you can build one out of boxes. 1 extra person to waste space and push a button. I don't think it's wasted space. I believe the ship's the same size. I mean, if yeah, if it was wasted space, think about it this way. Either they could have removed the second seat and made the ship smaller, or made the ship, I guess they could have made the ship smaller and redesigned it, but this way they were able to fit 2 people into a same size space as a 1-person ship. Sorry, no, it's a 2-person ship. Yeah, so they would have had to redesign the ship if they wanted to make it a single-person ship. But now the way they've designed it takes advantage of one of the biggest gameplay elements of the game. Yeah, saying there will be more to do in the future. On a personal level, hope you're doing great. Know you were going through some stuff with your home. Good luck with it all. Thank you, Sparicado. We are trying to get the power turned back on at the house. And then the next step is to plug in all of the computers we had there. We have 3 desktops. We want to... First, we're going to unplug all of... God. Let me tell you the predicament we're in. So, flights to Turkey are expensive. We're not getting a flight anytime soon. We can't get back to Turkey yet. Our house got water damage in the studio, so we don't really know what is and isn't working there. We know the monitors don't work. We know the desks are ruined. And we know a lot of the electronics on the floor got ruined. Computers, we don't know what happened. But we know that there's still dust on top of the computer, so it doesn't look like water hit them. So what we have to do is try to instruct my mother-in-law my mother-in-law to disconnect my power supply from our motherboard, plug in the power supply, turn that on, see if it works, and if it does, then somehow get all of the computer components plugged back in to see what works. I don't know how we're going to do it, but that's where we're at right now with that whole thing in Turkey. Thank you for checking in, though. It's a journey. I'm looking forward to getting a proper house over there. I mean, we have a proper house over there. It's just this one, the water should not have gotten into the house. You're hoping for scanning and missiles. You mean on the second seat? They might move it there. If there's not enough stuff for people to do, then they'll probably move it over. I am American, yes. My wife is Turkish. So right now we're where I'm from, and half the year we go from where she's from. Thank you, Gravity Noise. Yeah, video chat's gonna have to be the way. It's just like, you know how it is putting computers together. Yikes. She's gonna judge my cable management too. Yeah, I'm just hoping the motherboard's okay. We got gifted that motherboard and processor, and I am going to feel absolutely terrible if it got damaged by this. So that's really what I care about right now. Everything else we have is backed up on a server over here, so that kind of stuff I'm not too worried. Senor Alex, Alejandro, or Alejandra, I don't know. Welcome to the chat. All right, let's continue with our weeks. We also had Bar Citizens going on that week in France. Bar Citizens are going on all throughout the week, guys. All throughout the year. If you are interested in getting to meet more of the community and get involved, check them out. See if you can find one nearby. There's a Discord that hosts them all. There's going to be one in California, Northern California, this Sunday coming up. And me and Mrs. Tomato will be there. We'll be handing out some merch, playing some games, having some drinks, talking some stuff. So if you can make it, come check it out. Come say hi. Alejandro, nice. Welcome. Oh, Captain Midnight, thank you for the Prime sub, and Sparicado, thanks for gifting out 5 subs on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Appreciate appreciate the support a ton. Getting another raffle started there in Twitch, guys. Feel free to throw your best into the little Twitch chat, !join. Maybe you can get some points for our next giveaway. And enjoy that saxophone. Thank you so much for getting that started for us, Spera. We love the saxophone, even though it gets me copyright strikes on YouTube. So the day before studio, this was just said in chat, I'm sorry to get distracted, but this is actually really interesting, is closing. Wow. Guys, we just watched a scam play out. That's pretty wild. For those who don't know about this whole story, this has been ongoing story for like 2 years. This game was the most playlisted game on Steam. People were absolutely dying for this game. It actually is a really cool premise. I mean, I didn't look too far into it, but it looks kind of like a maybe DayZ mixed with Walking Dead kind of thing, like zombies, but I guess that's literally DayZ. It looks very similar to DayZ in that it's a survival, tactile, interactive MMO style of game. I don't know what size the servers are supposed to be or what, but this was a very much wanted game. It launched a few days ago, finally, after delays, after lies, after lawsuits, after like tons and tons of statements from this company that didn't make sense, and things that pointed to it being a scam. And now, just a few days after launch, the studio's closing because financially it didn't work. From what I heard, the game didn't work. I was just on Twitch and there were actually like 13,000, 16,000 people watching this, but I guess they're watching the fire burn. And yeah, after all this time, I wonder when this started development. When did the day before start development? First revealed in 2021. They probably started development then too. I mean, they said we've been creating this game for 4 years. All these years have been blood, sweat, and tears. Is that from now? Is that current? Some players are not seeing the whole picture. Yeah, so they've been making it since 2019. Is what it sounds like he's saying. So this is 4 years of development. And really not too much for people to know of. Like in that whole time of development, very minimal trailers, a couple of communications with the public, really not much else. They were pretty quiet. And like, it kind of makes sense when you think about it, that a game that's trying to run a scam isn't going to talk very much. So it's actually a little ironic that this is coming up as we're going over our year in review of Star Citizen, and we're touching on every single week of the year as they tell us what's going on during the week. Here's our schedule. Here's the public communications we're posting. Here's when it's coming out. Here are the links. And this game continues to be called a scam over and over. And like in chat, that's a very good example. People call this a scam because it's taken a long time. This is what a scam looks like. This didn't take a long time, did it? This wasn't supposed to release 6 years ago and then didn't. Yet, still, they managed to get the most wish-listed video on game on Steam. Even though people I think people were calling this out pretty early. And that's the company that it shares. It kind of sucks. At the same time, I do agree that CIG as a company has put themselves in a position where people don't trust them as much. But it really shows the difference between a company that has a product. Like everything we're seeing on the screen right now, you can do in game. All of the stuff that we can see is accessible in game. It works in game. We've had a ton of fun doing it ourselves. Everything that we're looking at is all stuff that's happened throughout this past year, all the way up until the end of our tabs. Sorry, I have so many tabs. So it's frustrating. Like, Star Citizen has its problems. They do things that we don't like. We've literally talked about bad marketing practices here today. But at the end of the day, the fact that it gets called a scam when something like this is trying to build up hype for 4 years, launch, and then close in 4 days, when people have been actively playing Star Citizen for 8 years is annoying. And again, the fact that they've been playing Star Citizen for 8 years and it's not done is a problem on its own. But that doesn't make it like this. That's my take. I find that it's crazy that it's already closing. I actually didn't expect it to be this bad. I thought that they were going to release it and then do the same thing all these other games do. Release something that's reasonable and then work on it. But they just straight up released something that was terrible and then are closing. That's too bad. We always need another zombie game. No offense to people who like zombie games. Zombie games are cool. I'm more a sci-fi person. Where were we though? Let's get back to our year in review. It's the last week of, okay, yeah. So we went through Salvage. This was all that got added in 3.18. Huge history of seeing how much they have to build back end. Overly ambitious depending on your point of view. It is overly ambitious. It's a bit much. People incorrectly use the word scam. CIG has had management issues, expectation management issues, communication issues. Haven't learned how to best communicate things, yeah. But their intent to deliver a game is still their intention. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like they fail at doing what they're trying to do sometimes, but they're not trying to scam people. They just have struggles. They have trouble with it. Taking a long time is one thing. Taking 12 years instead of 2 is a different thing. If you didn't explain that you were going to take more time. Like they've said that this is going to take a lot longer when they expanded the scope. So I'll say this, the scope expansion, that was probably not a good decision, but expanding the scope is part of saying, hey, this is a different game. We're building something different. This is no longer going to come out in 2014 because that date has passed and we're doing something else. That part I get. But anybody who joined this project after 2015 when they changed that should have been able to see what was going on. And more people have joined this game since 2019, 4 years later than before. Lord Skippy, thank you for gifting out a membership, dude. Appreciate you. As a new player, this game is nowhere near a scam. It's kind of hilarious when people say this. The only game with open development, try looking at art while it's being made. You won't understand it. I wouldn't say this is the only game with open development. There are a couple other beloved projects that do a pretty good job too. There can be zombies in sci-fi. True. Mass Effect figured it out. They're also trying to deliver on the promises of the funding goals, therefore adding more to dev time. That's true. Where are the refunds for changing the project to something entirely different? Well, I don't know. You're going to have to ask all the people who backed in 2014. From what I know, they offered a 30-day refund after some point around 2015, 2016. I don't know what kind of offers they gave to people who were expecting the game in 2014. Those people, yeah, they should get their refund. But that's, again, 25-30% of the community at this point. So people who say this is a scam, I don't think they're coming at it from that perspective. Yes, folks, zombies and Star Citizen confirmed. Here it is. All right, so this was Salvage and Repair, which started its introduction in 2018. For reference, Salvage was something that was introduced to us as coming to the game in 2017. This is a commonplace where people will come up with the scam idea. They originally introduced this, telling us that it would be in Star Citizen 2017 roadmap view. Let's see if it comes up. They released CitizenCon 2017. They released a slide that said Salvage was coming the next year, and it was terrible. It was awful. It was the worst thing they've ever done. This presentation, 2016, not 2017. This was this was the first time they told us we were going to get Salvage, and it is here. So they said it was supposed to be in 3.2 in 2018. Obviously that didn't happen. Since then, they said it was supposed to be in 2019, 2020, 2021. There's actually a good Salvage feature delays. There's a good picture for this online. Can't find it here. Maybe I have it somewhere. Generally, though, this was a feature that was expected like 5 years ago. And over the years, they continued to try and make it work. Here it is. Over the years, they continued to try and make it work. So we had 3.2, and it was planned for 3.3, and it was planned for 3.5, and it was planned for 3.8, and then 3.10, and then 4.0, and then 3.15. Hey! And we finally got it in 3.18. This was terrible. This is the worst. This is the worst path of any feature ever in Star Citizen, and probably most games. I'm sure this happens in other games, but we just don't see it. And it changed an idea over that time. What ended up happening was, after some point, they realized they wanted to have salvage happen with persistent entity streaming, because you couldn't have salvage without the persistence to keep the damage maps working for ships that went derelict. So I think that happened sometime later on, probably around 3.8. But before that, man, I don't even know. I honestly don't know. But what we did end up getting for salvage was pretty good, in my opinion. Now, they have work to do on it, but as a feature, coming from the history of Star Citizen, this was a better launch than most. And it gave people a way to do things and make use of ships that didn't have before. It started a gameplay element that's been iterated on pretty quickly. And overall, it was the first industrial game loop to be added to the game since 2018. So it wasn't the greatest launch, but it certainly helped the game out when it did happen. Star Citizen isn't a scam, but that doesn't mean it's a great game or that everyone has gotten what they want. If something fails to meet the objective it set out to, but still makes a genuine effort, that's not a scam, that's just bad development management. It's only a scam if they are trying to make those things happen. Exactly. And that's the conversation we should be having. But we never can. You know, I think the executive editor for IGN put out a tweet insinuating that Star Citizen was a pyramid scheme. And I'm like, responsibly, you could probably make a case. I don't want to say you could make a case. Responsibly, you could say things like that, but I don't think making a tweet like that is super responsible for somebody in that position. Granted, it's not going to tip the scale. It's not going to make a difference, but it's still like, it just continues the trend, you know? Okay, happy Monday, everyone. Your engagement last weekend helped us to start tightening up the nuts and bolts on this build because of our success with the weekend. We are aiming to go live with 3.18 this week. This was a bad idea, as we know now. But this was the week that they tried to go live. So we have now moved 3 months into the year, and we've gone from testing to live. Yeah. Yeah, dumbass LMAO knows what I'm talking about. When you started playing in 2018, where salvage was a meme. And it remained that way for quite some time. If the company tanks and we never get a proper release, then it's still a scam. Intentions don't matter in that case. I mean, it could always happen. Can always happen. Let's see. What else happened this week? Journey to 4.0 special. This time, what were we talking about? Engineering. So this is actually really funny to me. God, this is great. We got to do this as a stream more often. Hey, I wasn't talking to you. You're just assuming. So this week, they introduced engineering here inside Star Citizen. Hey guys, hey everybody.
As an engineer.
Guess what a big part of the reaction to this was? Drama. I love it. It's good fun. I guess we should just assume that. So they brought out this design brief for engineering. And it was actually kind of funny because at the end of it, here's what they said about it.
Really looking forward to how it will play out, how you as a player will interact with the entire system, what you like, how where you will bring your ships that you own and what you can make out of them, how different they will actually feel to what they are right now in terms of stock versus you have the perfectly tuned ship for your demands. And this might come sooner than you think. This is the good news about it, because it all ties in with all the resource network work or resource management work that we have been doing so far. We are really excited to work on it right now. So it is in active development, and I don't want to do any promises when you will see it, but we are doing our very best that you will be able to try it out sooner than later.
Torsten.
No dates.
It's a good thing he said no dates.
It's really cool.
Granted, it didn't happen sooner than I thought. I mean, I don't know what people thought, but I was thinking this would be end of the year, and big part of that is because of, well, hey, letter for the chairman said that it would be out this year. So sooner than I thought is not necessarily true, but engineering is coming along, and that was the big update of that week, was really everybody finding out, oh, so this is how engineering is working. And it's kind of fun to look back on this stuff, because I'm realizing we were getting a lot of really big news this year. Every couple of weeks, we were getting like a pretty big part of the game being talked about. If you guys know previous years, gameplay elements didn't get talked about like this before. Like at all. This year is so much different than previous years when it comes to what they're actually discussing with us. And that's really nice. Unfortunately, there was a lot of drama with this release because people heard about engineering, and a lot of things were said that were seen in ways that weren't meant, I guess. The communication didn't go across smoothly. So a lot of people thought this meant like there were going to be assigned specific roles that you had to be assigned to. This is going to be something that really messed with the way that your ship ran. It was going to cause a lot of trouble for everyone. And so the following week, I think it was, sorry, this is the roadmap roundup. The following week, they had a Star Citizen Live, and yeah, it brought on Torsten and basically talked about engineering again in order to answer all those follow-up questions that happened from the week before in ISC, because there was so much kind of communication trouble. Not just because, but they addressed it. In fact, I bet I can find that. The amount of tabs I open scares you? Don't worry, I've got 3 computers running this browser right now. We're good. We're good.
You've earned this.
Have
so
I?
Hold it up high.
Have I earned this, Modella?
Always show up.
This is just free advertising for you guys. Remember, you used to watch SC News for a month or so and then took a break for 8 months, but this year you were hooked. Yeah, it's a lot better this year. It's a lot more entertaining. Poor browser must be sweating the CPU. Nah, man. You know Google. They're the most efficient web browser ever.
For money, so you have to buy a new item to have it then.
You know what? I don't even think I'm going to be able to find this now that I think of it, because there's no time marks. But they do reference that like people were confused and he needed to go back and answer some questions here. So that was that week. Good week overall. And then we had a roadmap roundup. They added the RSI links to release view, which we got in 3.19. And additional derelict settlements were added to the progress tracker, which we were expecting in 3.19, but didn't quite happen. And then we were expecting in 3.20, but didn't quite happen. And now they're coming in 3.22. So that's back when they were introduced for the first time. $200 RAMs? I've got a few stickers for it that help. A hashtag join GII Frisch. Wouldn't call it news. More or less being ambitious. Which news? The closer we get to engineer, the more whiny, angry tears we're going to see from I want to solo fly my capital ship. There's going to be a lot of anger about it, yeah. If I hover over it, it'll tell me the amount of CPU we're using. So we can just extrapolate that I'm probably using like, I got 50 tabs open and they're each using 100. Not bad, 5,000 megabytes. It's about 5 gigs of RAM for... Wait, let me see. Let me actually look at my system specs here. Monitor! Show us the news. Oh, RAM's not bad. Just 8 gigabytes used by Chrome. No, big deal. Oh no, my drive's almost full. That's not good. Look at that. It's also using 20% of my 3080 Ti, mind you. Chrome over here. Running us at 45 degrees. Jeez. Nice. Gosh, we were getting computers with 8 gigs of RAM not long ago. Now you can use that much just from a browser tab. All right. What was going on that week? They were talking about the modular mission system. We've been seeing that a little bit. Some of our fan favorites like Elliot have been working on that throughout the year. Bless his soul. And then they talked about Race the Verse. It's a community video from the community hub. Neat. All right, next week, March 20th. They talked a little bit about the engineering. Miss New Babbage took us on a tour behind the curtain of Star Citizen development. That's right. Anna Dimitriou is a streamer here with Star Citizen, and she's actually been on the podcast if you check out that episode. She's also an actor in Star Citizen, and she was on Star Citizen Live that week as well. Let's see. The narrative team will publish a monthly comlink, roadmap roundup. They talked about tractor beam. Dude, are you serious? I honestly can't believe I keep coming across these different things that they're like, this week in Star Citizen, and I look at the subject and I remember the episode and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember people got unhappy about that one too. Let's talk about how that happened. So we had an Inside Star Citizen that looked into tractor beams. Here we are. And in this one,
The mining pods from the...
in this one, we got to learn that the team that makes these videos tends to have some fun making those videos and isn't always trying to make them with realistic graphics in mind. So, unfortunately, when they showed this, people took this to mean that you could fling spaceships around with tractor beams and that they would be super powerful and you just be able to do anything with them. And this ended up again with a lot of drama in the community as people kind of, it was a lot from the Beam Citizen community. I think that's a very loud minority in Star Citizen who, if something comes out that includes beams and it doesn't seem right, it gets a lot of noise. So this made people very angry because they thought that this is how it was going to be. We've seen tractor beams launch since then, and they're not. I think they have a lot more work to do on tractor beams in terms of categorizing how they'll work, because they should be working on mass rather than volume, and they've got balancing to do there. But this was the big introduction to tractor beam gameplay. So we've gotten engineering, tractor beams, we saw building interiors, server meshing. They've been hitting a lot of big subjects early on in the year here. Where was I? Oh boy, I'm lost now. Here we are. Anger! You can move ships with the tractor beam all the time now. You can move ships with the vehicle tractor beams. But you can't do this. If you can do this in the game, then take a video of it. Because I don't think it's possible. I have lifted a 100i with the tractor beam, but I needed to have another tractor beam helping me to do it. %80 of people are just looking for something to be upset about. That's the fun part of life, though. They should know how crazy a portion of the player base is, and they don't know. But, like, they do this a lot. They have a lot of weird videos that they put out. Like, they had an engineering video before where somebody got blasted off of the toilet by a malfunction, you know? These people are really jokey with their videos at times. Is there a Double Dog community? There's gotta be. They need to learn to add small disclaimers when doing that stuff. They did put that it's a visual conceptualization in here, but yeah, maybe they should add, hey, this isn't real. Why haven't we had our daily beverage argument? I don't even have water with me today, man. I'm not doing well on beverages. Not gonna lie. All right, where is March 30th? Here it is. After that, what else was going on? Talked a little bit about additional salvage and mining gameplay, which, oh yeah, this was also the introduction to the idea of physicalized components. Check this out. I'm going to take you on a little history lesson after this. This is going to be one that we can make a video out of. So, here we got physicalized components shown to us for the first time, being interacted with. This was a freaking huge deal, and actually, this was the other side of the reaction to this episode. First one, okay, tractor beam's overpowered, sure, not too happy. Second one, though, components can finally be ripped out of ships, taken, and put into other ships. The functionality isn't incredibly great. It's gotten better since then, and there's more to do. A lot of ships need to get updated with this tech, so it's not as useful as it could be. But this is the ending of a journey that started back in like 2017, I think. Let me see if we could find out if I can find the right video. Some folks don't know how long ago they started some of the stuff that's just now finishing. I hope this is it. Why am I on this account? Why do I do this to myself? Alright, I need to find the Terrapin video. Is this it? Tech update, outro, most replayed, collision, intro. NPCs. I need to find the episode with the Terrapin, because that was the first ship that they introduced physicalized component spaces for. And that was back in the day. Vulcan hello. Origin of ships, serialized variables, Anvil ships, UK, Austin, UK. Anvil, no. They didn't do as great with their titles back then. Did they not do a video for the Terrapin? Terrapin shift, animal Terrapin. Come on. Terrapin's now your chance. We were on a road to Star Citizen, blah, blah, blah. When did the Terrapin come out? Was that 2017 or 2018? Gameplay systems. Sound of Science. See, I know that they showed the Terrapin here for sound, but I don't think that was component related. UK studio. Blah, 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 no. Terrapin. People are laying with that. Currently doing the lighting. No. 50 Terrapins inside of Bengal. No. Terrapin have specific VTOL. No. Scanning. Scanning and scanning and scanning. No. Ships of 3.2. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it, unfortunately. Terrapin definitely needs some love. Yeah, I can't find it. But there is a video out there somewhere of the Terrapin. It was the first ship that was ever introduced with the actual spaces for physicalized components. From that point on, we were waiting for physical components for, I guess, 6 years. And that all happened this year. Like, it's hard to emphasize correctly just how big a deal some of the additions that we saw in Star Citizen in 319 or in 2023 are, because the year was also rather disappointing and slow in terms of the overall picture of things. But some of these gameplay elements, from physicalized cargo to the damage maps in Salvage, to components working, to tractor beams working, to modular mission sets coming into the game, like, these are some really big moments. I hope that this year gets remembered for the good things and the bad, because I know that it will be remembered for the bad. All right, moving on to the next week. They've got another Star Citizen live. Oh, no, sorry. So 3.18.1 is coming out into the PTU. This is a quick patch to start and try and help with the instability that came with 3.18. Bar Citizens are still going. Atmo Esports has their events going on. We had one of our only 2 sprint reports that week. For anybody who was counting, I'm pretty sure this year we only had 2, maybe 3 sprint reports the whole year. Usually we get one every month and a half. But that's part of that, I think, was building hype for CitizenCon, not sharing a lot of the info on stuff that they wanted to get further along before they showed to us. This would have been things like the star map, the interaction systems, fire, engineering, all that kind of stuff we saw at CitizenCon, we would have seen in sprint reports, but they limited them quite a bit this year. So that week was one of the only ones we saw. And then we had a Star Citizen Live game deb on AI working, which we did see come into the game this year. After that, we step into April. April 3rd. First and foremost, given a quick update on 3.18, the team is still focusing and hammering away at remaining issues. We do want to assure you that we're aware of the influx of 40,000 errors that some of you are encountering. Our team has uncovered what we believe to be the cause of this 40,000 and is currently working on a solution. We remain all hands on deck and are dedicated to getting both 18.1 and 18.2 in your hands as quickly as possible. Things were rough at this time, but I'm glad they really got things handled throughout the year, and the game's in a much better place now. Bar Citizens were continuing. The folks were out. This looks like a German Bar Citizen, France. Can't tell. Could be either. That week, we got our monthly reports on the game. Star Citizen brought its quarterly season to a close. So they do take some breaks off of, what's it called? Inside Star Citizen periodically throughout the year. That's when this break would be starting. And then there was no Star Citizen Live because of the holiday weekend. What's the holiday weekend? April Fools? Alzanor, good to see you. Welcome. Need to be able to drag components out of our inventory to our cargo hold. Agreed. Since they skipped from the 400 to the 600, does that mean they're going to be a 500? There might be. The 400 was actually I guess they skipped from the 600 to the 400. There might be a 500. We don't know. There's plenty of time for one to come along. Funding is shaping up well. It did. They did good on funding this year, I think. I don't think they hit the goals they wanted to with funding, but they did better than the year would make you think. And I think CitizenCon was a big part of that. By the time the gold standard passes are done, gold standard will have changed again. I don't think so. I think that gold standard is going to be pretty much in line once they get Maelstrom, engineering, master modes, and all the interactive gameplay elements. Once those are in the game, which I think will be all within the next couple of years, I think the golden standard for ships is going to be fairly set. At some point, they have to stop adding engineering elements to the engine to make these ships work, and they just need to work on the gameplay of them. None of that is your fault. They didn't even show PES would be such a problem. How would you expect that? You should have. I mean, at this point, I guess it's just a given. Great to see you. Hope your daily tea intake is at optimal levels. I actually don't have tea with me. I gotta go get some. Once I find a video for you guys to watch, I'll go get some. They were meant for earlier in the video. I figured, Chala, when I was apologizing for the info. I get you. Orca? Orca is the Banu ship. It's actually a good name for a ship, the Orca. Sounds like a transport vehicle. Figure it out. All right. What do we have going on this week? This is second week of April. Primarily, the change that happened here was the change to the ASOP delivery feature. You guys remember that? 3.18 caused a lot of problems because persistent entity streaming meant every single ship was getting spawned in immediately and causing a lot of trouble. So what they did was they changed it so that the player would have to get their ship delivered on startup and then they could recall it. This allowed them to not have all these ships just randomly spawning at landing zones, and you can see that here. That's when this change happened, back in April. So for anybody who isn't used to that whole click to get your ship delivered and then click to retrieve it, neither are we. Yeah, that could be a good name for like a whale or something, Vastin. Dude, you have so many good ideas today. Ah, that's why I think it sounds like a transport. It's the Elite Dangerous Orca. I thought so. I thought that was a thing. Yeah. All right. In addition, on the infrastructure side, an updated set of tools tailored for 318 load testing as virtual service clients were augmented and deployed to improve the resilience of the overall system. This was the cloud testing feature that we heard about. Talked about it on the exclusive video. Armed with the data of the last few weeks, the team has also spent considerable time analyzing and optimizing the cloud footprint of the game to resize and adjust the layout of the clusters and regions where the game hosts services. So a lot of optimization had to go into 318 after it happened, and that's why there was so much slowdown going into the summer. And now looking into, and that's, we're going to notice that too. Keep in mind how I said that there was so much news we were getting in that first quarter, first 2 quarters. You're going to see a lot of that go away, starting with this week. So Thursday, no Inside Star Citizen. We got the monthly report on Wednesday, but that's mostly it. Lore Team did a little post talking about Widow, which is the equivalent to, I want to say meth in Star Citizen. I can't remember. Might be cocaine. I don't know. Skipping forward to another week. April. Mid-April. Thanks to everyone who jumped in the PTU over the weekend. 318.2. It's going to go live. So they were iterating on 318 quite a bit over the April. They had a free fly event going on April 20th. We have a few throughout the year. Many of you know. With a referral code for the Kruger. There you guys are looking for that LTI token for the referrals. And Bar Citizens, of course, always ongoing. Also, they ran Xenothreat, which is, in my opinion, still the best global event they have. Wednesday, we got a roadmap roundup. Thursday, still no Inside Star Citizen because we're still on that break. And Friday, Elliot on the missions team that we talked about earlier came on to talk about his modular mission system. Following week, still April. Happy Monday, everybody. Xenothreat has returned, so we were able to take part in that. What else is going on? The ASOP change, yada, yada, yada. There's a Con 42 going on in Frankfurt, Germany, so that does... There are a few different fan-held conventions throughout the year. I will be going to one this year in Belgium, so if you guys are going to Beacon, I will be there. Me and Mrs. Tomato will be perusing the floors and handing out some merch and checking out the stuff and hopefully interviewing people. But there are several conventions throughout the year besides CitizenCon. This one was hosted in Germany in April, and you can go to that if you're in the nearby area. Besides that week, they looked at the latest update to Loreville. There's a big update to Loreville coming from the Montreal studio. Again, that's something I talked about on the exclusive video, but it's continuing the trend that Montreal has basically reshaped this game's locations since they've been here. Hospitals, Loreville as a city, ground locations, a lot of the derelicts and then derelict settlements. They've worked a lot on the settlements in Pyro. I'm not saying they've done all of the work on this, but they've had their hands on a lot of the pies that have started showing up in faster pace over the last couple of years. Crux Cup and System 7 both are racing events that are ongoing around that time of year. And that's about it for that week. Moving forward, we're into May. May, this is where the slowdown starts. 319 goes live, and then I think things are not as exciting. They are still working on a lot of hot fixes and bug patching. For those who, ask why don't they fix bugs, they do it a lot. It just, bugs come back. 319 went to Wave 1 PTU testing, so that brought in salvage contracts, a new ground location, and some prep for Invictus launch week. The preparation for... Well, that's kind of funny. They were visiting Sacramento as well. That would be my local Bar Citizen. But it looks like they also visited the Beacon event that I'm talking about going to this year. So in May, see you there if you're going to be there. That week, got that roadmap roundup, monthly reports. Inside Star Citizen got back into the swing of things. Exploring aspects of our continuing development that you can shake a stick at. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Let's see. That would have been this. You can shake a stick at. Is this May? May 4th. No, so it would have been after that, right? Yeah, no, that would have been it. You could shake a stick at. So that's when they dropped this Inside Star Citizen Track Star. And this was basically meant to talk about racing maps, a new racing level in the game. Of course, there were people who reacted to this not very happy, but a lot of people were very excited about the idea of extra stuff that's not super hardcore being added to the game. That being said, this was somebody's sort of extra time work, I think. Maybe not extra time, but took them a couple weeks. Seems more of like an onboarding sort of task, something that's less important. And I haven't used it at all. The only time I went there, it was kind of miserable. These people were just trying to kill me and annoy me, so I never went back. But these are the kinds of small locations that I think in the future will continue to flesh out our cities. You know, when you think of a city, you think of a place that has a lot of different places to go. And in a game, there's just not that many places. You need items, you need medical, food, all that kind of stuff. But these kinds of areas are what are really going to make cities feel a little bit more populated. So it's good to see these sorts of small things in the game, but not a big deal. And then Star Citizen Live that week was an episode with Dan Truffin and Torsten talking about mining, salvage, and tractor beams. That's a great episode. I would suggest going to watch that if you haven't seen that one. Torsten and Dan Truffin have their hands on a lot of the industrial gameplay in Star Citizen. GII kart racing days, let's go. We could take advantage of that. You know what? I'm going to write that down because, yeah, I'm going to keep that in mind for events that we can do during the, what's it called? Our New Year's Eve stream as a group. Yeah, that map is in permanently. Whew. I said a racing Azon. Dude, we've been talking about you. We were talking about back in January. They were mentioning that the Daymar Rally was going on, and I was talking about how we've got a team this year. We've got I think 3 different teams that were getting into the Daymar Rally with a bunch of pretty top end racers, and hopefully we can make a video out of it too. It's kind of a little GII thing. But yeah, we were talking about the racing map here that they added back in May. This little kart racing thing, and I think we could do this as a little community event during the New Year's Eve stream, New Year's Eve event we're gonna do for the whole community. That'd be fun. Okay. On to more of May. Jumptown 2.1 debuted, so this is a new update to the Jumptown event, which is like the biggest PvP event in the game, biggest mission. This was on I don't know if this is 318 or 319, but there was, Jumptown's really fun. It's a lot of fun to do in groups, and it's actually kind of fun to do solo too. Bed Bananas did a really good video on it, going in kind of in a smaller group, but showing how you can do it without being in an org or something. Biggest event of the year is getting close. It's not quite there yet. That's Invictus week. We'll touch on that. Bar Citizens going on. They had one in Sacramento. I missed that. Stanton 7. Atmo Esports is going on. On Tuesday, they did background information on the MISC Prospector, which is interesting. But we got Inside Star Citizen looking at the new settlements. Fun times. This were the settlements that I talked about
with the
earlier.
new settlements that come in. So
these were added on the progress tracker for 319. And you can see from the bottom here, they don't say it there. Pretty sure they say somewhere around here. No, I think that's the beginning of the year. They say 319 settlements. And then here, they mention that they're supposed to be in 3.20, I believe.
Like you can tell like it's clearly a path, and we define the main player paths, so it's a lot easier for the players to navigate, find like the lootables. So it just feels a lot more alive, this one, because we spent a bit more time, and this is basically our benchmark that we're aiming for. So it would be the Forest Settlement, my favorite. So yeah, that wraps it up pretty much for the settlements where we're at. They're evolving quite rapidly now with our new systems and our new tools. So we actually reduce the size of the team because we don't need as many artists.
That is pretty cool, and they do that a lot. Actually, they get really good at making these things systemically.
Because our kit is actually quite large now, so with just a handful of artists, we can really produce like a lot of settlements within a couple-week period. I'm super excited to be able to show the players and share the awesome art that we've been creating over the last several years, actually. And yeah, I'll see you on the other side. I'll see you in the verse. Have a great one.
So those are what are coming in 322.
Now, before these settlements arrive in the upcoming Alpha 320...
But unfortunately, that's what we got. He's told Torsten earlier. We saw that episode. We saw the episode where he told Torsten, no dates. No dates. And then he came and said 320.
Now, before these settlements arrive in the upcoming Alpha 320...
So, they were supposed to be there. Some people have said they are. Excuse me. I don't think they were. I think, Whew. Sorry. Too much talking. I think what we saw, what we're seeing in 322 are the updates, and what was in 320 might have been updates on what we already had, but that's what that Inside Star Citizen was about. They talked about the new settlements coming in that unfortunately didn't get added to the game. So again, there was a slowdown there during that summer time when things like these derelict settlements could have helped to build out some of the interest in the news, but they didn't make it into the game. Right, they've been in the PTU. I believe, Lord Skippy, you guys have been finding them for Verse Guide, right? But the locations were there, but not like all the actual stuff. So they were building them in over time. Yeah, the settlements are still mega bare bones. They're not like... They're nothing special if you're looking for more gameplay. They're just new locations for the same gameplay. They also don't perform incredibly well, so just like a lot of other things, I'd expect them more to be something that we experience later on in the game when they get optimized. Alright, the next week we were midway through May. Really starting to get into Invictus Week, which was starting that week. Invictus Week is the... Did they call it the biggest event of the year? They say that Invictus Week is the biggest event of the year. That's weird. Huh. You would think IAE would be considered the biggest event by them. Either way, IAE started that week. It's a really big event, I'll give you that. Invictus started that week. And it's a military-themed week, so generally everything that comes out or happens is more military-focused, less on the industrial or science sides. So they released the Mirai Fury. This was kind of one of the big ship releases of that time period. This is actually the first ship release of the year. If I'm not no, sorry, the Scorpius Centaurus was the first ship release. So this is the second ship release of the year. First original ship. And it was straight to flyable. Really tiny thing. People love it, though. It's good fun. And then on Friday, they had the Invictus launch week. No Star Citizen Live. Thursday's Inside Star Citizen was all about the Fury. So that was really Invictus-focused, Mirai Fury-focused. They launched a new ship brand, all that jazz. That's not weird. That's marketing. Well, I mean, it's weird if... Like, you can't call both events the biggest event in the year, right? Do they maybe mean the biggest in-game event? I still don't think that's true. It's shorter than IAE. All right. Late May. What's going on? Invictus launch week is ending. Star Citizen, Inside Star Citizen is covering Invictus launch week, mainly focusing on the Ursa the RSI Lynx, which was that new ground vehicle we talked about. And then Star Citizen Live goes into a ship team roundtable where they give us information like the Gattac Raylan is going to get worked on soon, or the Polaris is getting worked on, or that RSI's capital ships are starting to be more of a focus. A lot of the ship-based conversation we're having now started with this conversation back in May. I'd check that episode out if you want the latest on ship news. There's still a lot of stuff there that's pretty new. So this is the page for Invictus, just to show you kind of how it works. Obviously, it's very heavily focused around their shop, their sale, but you can click into each of the brands and see what kind of ships they have, and then if you are really feeling the spirit, you can also buy them. This was the vehicle that they introduced that week, but there was also a lot of other stuff here. And then they have the trailer, they're showing merch. This is generally the side of the events I suggest you don't pay attention to. I would get in game and look at the stuff they're doing there. This is for people who are well into this game and who want to spend more money. But besides that, there are also some like other, it's unfortunate it's also sales based. Maybe I would be able to show you guys the in-game events that happen, but they might have taken that out already. There's also a lot of in-game stuff that's happening that they generally try to advertise too. If they're all the same size and they're all the biggest. I mean, you can say hottest movie of the summer, but if you release 2 movies, one of them has to be the hottest, right? You can't just say both of them are the hottest movie of the summer. You can if it's another company. All right, late May, Alpha 3.19.1 was in the works. This was a fix-up to the fix-up. We still had Jumptown going on. It's planned to go on with in June. Thursday's Inside Star Citizen touched on Arena Commander, which was kind of the initial talk we had at the beginning of the year, Star Citizen Live. So the team's coming back in to give a final update on the Arena Commander changes before they go live in 3.20, the next patch. This was also the time where they started talking about 3.20, and it made people, because this is the beginning of June, and they were talking about 3.20, saying things like, oh yeah, get into 3.20 and do Arena Commander to get your badges before we switch over. Or get in 3.19. And it's like, well, yeah, but 3.20 is still 3 months away. We didn't get 3.20 until September or August. So it was weird that they started like that, but that's when the conversation started. Besides that, it didn't look like they have any Star Citizen Live. So on to the next week. We were in June at this point, and now we're talking about Alien Week. June is the week of Alien Week. It's when they talk about alien ships, and they try to introduce maybe a new alien concept, though I don't think we got one this year. There was also an update on the Hull C. You guys remember the Hull C, right? I know it's out, so it's kind of old news now, but the Hull C was kind of a big deal earlier this year. That would be this one. This one. This one. I don't remember what. I think it was this one. Santok, y'all.
I want to say 5+ years ago. We got so far on the art and design side, probably early grey box, and then the sheer amount of technical challenges with this ship became apparent. We put a pause to it. We thought we'll come back. The teams that need to help us have more important things to do at that point in time. There was object container streaming going on, so we're like, that's more important. We'll sort that out. We'll come back to it. And the last year or so, we've come back to it and had to deal with all those big technical challenges for the ship.
And how's it doing today? What can folks expect?
You can expect the ship working as we intended it to be when it was concepted. So it's quite a unique ship in the game. There's a lot of moving parts, literally, on it, and some tech in there that you've never seen before in any ships. So primarily the hurdles revolved around that central spindle section that you can walk through whilst it's doing those animated states. We've essentially got 2 parts of the ship that move independent, well, they're animated together, but they're independent parts of the ship, and a new way of loading cargo onto the ship.
I want to talk to you about that. So one of the big questions since this thing was first introduced is how the cargo loading and unloading is going to work in Alpha 320. Who can tell us about that?
I think we can probably get Chris Tanks on the line. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Sharon. Excuse me. Hi.
Okay, so we don't need to go too much into it. So just want to give you a little reminder of how that went. But the timing for the Hull C in terms of cargo hauling, I know most people haven't experienced that, as is being mentioned. Haven't even seen a Hull C in game. It's going to be on every ship. So every single person who's doing cargo stuff is eventually going to have to worry about making sure to, you know, make time for actually loading the cargo. Let's see. So that was the focus that week. Alien ships, which included, I guess, we can also look at the Santok Yai. This is the first time we got a really good look of what the Santok Yai is going to look like in game. And this is the ship we will be getting this month in December. So to give you an idea of how an alien ship, especially one that might have problems with its development, progresses, this is 5 months ago what it looked like, to now it's getting launched into the game this month.
Actualize the asset, but it'll be nice because this will then establish the look and feel for Alpoa specifically, right? Because we do have different manufacturers even within the alien lines, and so we want to make sure that we differentiate Alpoa. So that would be the Scout, now the Santok Yai, and any future Alpoa ships from any other Xi'an manufacturers that we might be working on. So this will help us establish that look and feel for the dashboard specifically, and we will want to retroactively then add that to the Scout as well.
Name another company that casually discusses failing internal reviews. Go ahead, I'll wait. Assuming, of course, that this episode even airs. At least it's honest.
It's always awkward. Every single time.
So
that is why part of why it took a while, because this ship failed its first test, its first attempt to get into the game, and they had to go back to the drawing board.
And the way that we've kind of made the wings and the thrusters work, because the thrusters with the Fury, we actually got working thrusters where they actually spin forward and they retro with the actual main thrusters. So I was getting to mess around with the thrusters and how they worked and tuning them and trying to figure out how far can I take this? Can I make them go every single angle under the sun, or should I be restricting it? Should I change it so when it's in landed mode and it's in the more compact mode, should they still be able to go in every sort of direction, or should I restrict that more? So I was just like getting to mess around with that was pretty fun for me.
I think the thing that I'm having the most fun with at the moment is how far we're really pushing the anti-grav tech that Xi'an have. So that's a common thing. That's going to be a common feature across all Xi'an ships, regardless of manufacturer. We sort of identified that as a...
So yeah, that's a look at the Xi'an ships, the new one coming out, Santok Yai.
And if we can get it done, though.
Great looking ship. It's Mrs. Tomato's favorite in the game. She thought the Siulen might beat it, but this is her favorite. It looks great to me. They completely stopped talking about dynamically moving wings of the Cartwell and Santok. You mean like this? The animations for when they're landing and stuff? Or something else? Is that confirmed with no PTU? I'm sure it'll go to PTU, but I am almost 100% certain that this ship is coming out this month. Where are we here? Mirai Fury. Ursa. Invictus week. Okay, this is Alien week. So this is where we were. Friday, we also did... We had a narrative team, Star Citizen Live. And then Saturday, XGR racing event. That's another racing community. Good friend of the channel, Black Maze, guest on the podcast as well. He helps a lot with that. He actually is a big part of that community running, and he came over from Elite Dangerous back around the same time as a lot of other people during that Elite Dangerous exodus of what was that, 2022, I think, summer of 2022, and he helped put XGR on the map in a big way. So check them out if you're into the racing stuff. Good people. What's the over-under on seeing the Polaris in game next calendar year? I think there's a good chance. I think there's a good chance, but it's not a guarantee. Depends on how the year goes for them. Something might come up. We're only halfway through the tabs. We're getting there. We're getting there. Difference between the Kartual and Santok Yai. The Kartual is a light fighter. Much smaller. Come on. There we go. The Kartual is a light fighter, smaller than the Santok Yai. And with smaller weaponry and smaller components, Santok Yai is more of like a medium-sized fighter, which is going up against your sabers and your hornets, as opposed to this thing going up against like an arrow or a gladius. Both of them are much more maneuverable, but Kartual is a lot lighter of a vehicle. Year in review from 2014. That'd be pretty fast. Within 12 months? For the Santok Yai? They did not promise, Scott. Stop saying that. You're lying, dude. They didn't promise. He said, hopefully we can get hopefully we can get most of what we're showing within 12 months. They did not promise they were going to get everything out. The more you say that, the more people think it, the more we're going to have to deal with people saying they promised everything would be here in 10 months when they didn't promise that, and we all know not everything's going to be in. If you're taking target dates for promises, you're going to be disappointed. Yeah. Went into IAE expecting to get a KTA, but then the Sulin instantly sold you. You still fly it daily. I think Sulin sounds like a better choice, to be honest. Do you think engineering will make it in next year at some point? I do. I do. But they promised. Plus the EPTU Sulin has better camera for takeoff and landing now. Does it? What did they do to it? Does it work differently? All right. This is, we're in, whoa, did I jump? Yeah, I jumped 2 weeks. You didn't miss too much. We are in June now, late June actually. And they're starting to talk about CitizenCon. As we draw closer to our first ever 2-day CitizenCon this October, we'd like to remind you that tickets for this epic event will become available later this week. So we're in June, CitizenCon preparation is finally starting, and oh boy, that's why it was so quiet. Part of why. They're doing big bar citizens. There was a bar citizen in Hong Kong, and a lot of information actually came out of that event. I'm not sure how much of it panned out. Let's see if we can find real quick. Star Citizen, Bar Citizen, Hong Kong information. Let's see what kind of stuff that came out of that actually ended up happening. Yeah, little dive back into the leaks. All right, Squadron 42 being removed from the store is not an indicator of anything remotely imminent regarding Squadron 42 releasing. Fair. CIG is really excited to see how Starfield performs, and they don't see any real issue with quote-unquote competition. Fair. 3.20 wipe will likely happen only if there have been fixes to the duplication mechanics that have been plaguing the game. I don't remember if 320 wipe happened. CIG is aware of most duping bugs. Hull C coming out will give them a good information on how bigger ships will impact server performance. Wishing to see something big like the Pioneer coming out this year, and the comment was made, you really should come to CitizenCon this year. I think you'd be happy. That was true. I was happy. Don't think there was anything big like the Pioneer. Oh, the base building announcement. That's probably what this statement was alluding to. Okay. Each dev has their own favorite manufacturer. Ship designs are going to follow old and new styles from the same manufacturer. As such, ships from the MISC Freelancer will likely not see an upgrade to the aesthetic of the Hull A. That's why we see ships like the Aegis Retaliator versus the Aegis Saber Raven, or the RSI Aurora versus the RSI Zeus. I do hope that we see more of that fleshed out though. Do you think they're confident about Squadron 42 features being brought to SC since they're otherwise hesitant to give dates? I think they're confident about it too. I think they're being as reasonable as they could be while being confident about it. And saying hopefully we'll have most of this within 12 months is a good way to say it, but it's also an easy way for expectations to get higher. What happened to all the Starfield is the SC killer, folks? People are starting to ask about GTA 6 being a problem for Star Citizen. Let's see. Reclaimer's elevator is unique and is the only type in the game, so whenever there are updates to the elevators in game, it tends to break the Reclaimer's elevator. They know it's a problem and they know the other problems with the Reclaimer, but they only can do so much while they're also changing aspects of the game. Salvage mechanics for breaking bigger pieces into smaller pieces are still being thought up and haven't been pushed past concept ideas. This is just awful to hear. In addition, only ships that have been created within the physicalized component systems can be soft-deathed and have their components removed. Older ships that don't have the ability to remove the components manually don't actually have the physical components integrated into the ship, just a placeholder skin. We know that. AI systems like ChatGPT won't be used to supplement things in the game because of the proprietary reasons. They'd have to build their own large language model, probably. When base building comes into the game, it will be something more akin to Fallout 4's prefab house system. Not something where you can create a base building panel by panel. Base building is very important to CIG because they want to have people creating bases and whatnot, but it won't be coming out until likely around Nyx. Base building won't be coming out until likely around Nyx. So maybe, again, this isn't necessarily official info. This is notes from conversations at Bar Citizen, so take all of this with a grain of salt, but we can start to draw some kind of a guide towards when things might start showing up in the next wave of stuff. After the 4.0 rush with Pyro and the star map and all that stuff, and we're starting to wait for the next star system and base building and quantum economy. I think those would be the next big steps we're going for. We can kind of link Nyx with base building, at least as being somewhat close, I think, within the next 2 years. And it sounds like they want base building to be here within the next 18 months-ish in some way, probably in a very, very basic way. Not full bases, but something. Pyro was asked about for base building, and the response was a resounding nope. Different systems, when they come out, will have different themes, and CIG will expect that the way that each system looks and acts will reflect both the theme of the system as well as when it was created. The expectation is that Stanton will feel old and safe compared to the harsh and dangerous Pyro, while Nyx will be more off-grid, homesteader-themed. Pyro still needs server meshing. Smaller side missions will be given some importance once there's stability in meshing. UGF missions could have multiple parts, we know that. Art aesthetics for different cities. When asked about why don't release specific systems and allow people to navigate either by menu or loading screen, the response was simply, that's not how we want to do it. We want to get the server meshing thing figured out so we can start rolling in new systems. That's fair. Land beacons that are owned can be sold in-game, or the land that... Okay, none of this is like stuff that we needed to know throughout the year, so I'm going to keep going. I'll drop this link for you guys. I'm sure people want to read through this in detail. This was just some email from one of the Bar Citizens over this summer. And clearly it had a lot of interesting news in there, but I'm really looking for stuff that is relevant for our year in review right now. No player-owned stations in game. That's funny because then they hinted at that at CitizenCon. So this might have been said accidentally, or those plans are always in flux. Players can control systems if they have people on them and block people from entering. But they did hint at building stations, possibly. So maybe it's a no right now, but they're working on the idea. Player housing and ownership will absolutely be a thing, but it's expected to be instanced and like owning an apartment. But because of server instancing and meshing, you could have any number of people actually owning flat 23B in a HAB tower. Players will also be able to own multiple housing units around the verse. Guys, let's take that as law, yeah? Player housing will be instanced. So get the disappointment out of the way right now. Granted, this isn't official. Once again, take it with a grain of salt, but I would set that as your expectations so that it's a nice surprise if it's not that way. I think that's fine though. I don't see a problem with that. Theaters of War being worked on, but not with a large team. Maybe that gets more work now that Squadron's done. 600i rework is still being considered. Long, complicated discussion about the economy and the effect on the whole sea on the economy, but the gist is that certain ships are considered as haulers, while others are considered as delivery ships. Ones that are able to land are delivery, while haulers carry stuff from station to station. Todd Pappy did state he didn't particularly see the whole sea as interstellar, which is a bit weird, but the long and short of it was that they don't really have a projection on how the whole sea will affect the economy yet. They seem to be setting the whole sea up as a very intrasolar ship. But it is the workhorse of the whole freaking human community, so it must be interstellar too. Alright. Sliding and additional animations will be a thing. No ETA given. Passenger transports will come after freight transport missions. Okay. So there's some information on passenger transport missions. Maybe coming after freight transport missions, which may be coming with freight elevators if they can get those cargo missions going soon. Quanta isn't seen as virtual economy gameplay, more NPC focused and adjusted shop prices in game. Because Quanta's not the economy, Quantum is. Also, I'm guessing they're talking about the quantum economy simulation here too. Yeah, it seems like they're gearing Quantum to be more about the overall back end of the game than just money. Because they talk about virtual AI, NPCs, all these services that run through it. Wonder how persistent hangers and habs will work if you want a friend to come join you. It's probably like if you invite them or they're in your party, or maybe you can hand out keys, you know, keys to your apartment. AI blades aren't really being worked on, but NPC crew stuff with wingman commands are being tested, but no idea when we will have it implemented. That'll go to Squadron 42 first. So that was a big leak that happened from the Hong Kong bar Citizen at that time. And a lot of that info came out, got people hyped, got people disappointed. You take your pick. It depends on your flavor. But that was the time. Now we are in... What else happened that week? Nothing else happened that week. There was no Star Citizen Live. And Inside Star Citizen was out about the fall of Port Olisar. Oh, sad days. Everything good comes to an end at some point. And this year, we saw the very last of... No, I'm sorry, not the very last. But we did see Port Olisar go away. This isn't a big deal for a lot of people, but this is actually... this is actually a really big moment for the game. Let me go back on my channel. I'm pretty sure the first video I ever made on YouTube is about Port Olisar. Yeah. My very first video ever was a location walkthrough of Port Olisar. And man, oh my god, look at that editing. Look at the freaking like crushed contrast on this. So my plan back when I first started videos, I didn't know what I was doing. I first started doing like these little tours of locations and just narrating everything around. I was completely clueless. It was fun though. It was good times. But that kind of like, that was in 2018 and I'm late to the game. The Port Olisar was the only place we knew from 2015 to 2018. And then it was one of few places from 2018 until now. And it's actually a really big deal to see it going away. But at this time in June, Port Olisar was a dunzo.
Port Olisar was our first space station that we put into Star Citizen. It's gone through some minor changes, but for the most part, it's really stayed the same. Just a quick, easy, get in, get out space station. When it was first conceived, basically, it was really just a way for the players to spawn into the solar system. So we had to think about how many habitation halves went in there. We had to think about the stores that were needed, and then a way for players to spawn in their ships.
It was hopefully underdeveloped, and it doesn't work for the game we have now. Could have been updated, but I think it was better that they retired Portal LSR and put a different space station in where it was. I'd love to see them bring Portal LSR back in some way, and I think they will, but it's going to not happen until they have more time and resources to do so. So that was what was happening at that point. We lost Portal LSR. It was in the next patch, but that was really when they were officially announcing that it was going to happen. And it's unfortunate, but the game must continue forward. In that same nature, the next week was a pretty big one. This is, again, going back to my recent video. You can see I literally used this picture in the thumbnail for this. If you are a supporter, I'd definitely go watch this. It's all about this move. But this was the week that Cloud Imperium announced that they were acquiring Turbulent Studios, which is big. Turbulent's been a contractor that worked on Star Citizen since the early days, since 2013, and they've built a lot of what we actually know as Star Citizen. If you go to their website, they'll show you all of the different things that they work on, and just like things. Bet that caused some turbulence. In my video, I actually made a little pun. I was like, this is how the what was it? This is how the crazy waters of Star Citizen's development were made calm by I don't know, Turbulent or something like that. It was something really dumb. But here they talk about the hospitals. We know all the hospital locations. That was all them. The derelict spaceship locations, a lot of that was them. They've done a lot of character art. They've worked on a lot of the branding for different areas like IAE and CitizenCon and stuff. They've built out persistent entity streaming in a big way. They've worked on Mighty Bridge, which is one of the most useful tools the company has to build other systems like Houdini into the game engine. The Cloud Test Launcher they've worked on, which is to help testing with things like 318 and 319's problems. And the list goes on. They've done a lot. And then here they talk about some server meshing stuff with Benoit. Anti-cheat. They've built out the Hex system, which is what houses Quantum. That's what we all talk about with the economy. They host the stuff that has to do with Odin, which is what tracks a lot of our dynamic events and stuff like that. You can see here that a lot of the stuff that tracks our reputation systems goes through their services. So their hands are very, very, very obvious in Star Citizen. You can go to the actual Star Citizen page and see that there's also like the star map they made. It's an award-winning star map on their website where you can see all the lore. Galactopedia they helped work on. Some of the sales pages they helped do. A lot of the interactive stuff. They built one of the best web-based games they made for Star Citizen. The telemetry page, the Spectrum tools, the guide systems, the issue council. They didn't solely make all this stuff, the referral program, concierge, all this, but they were part of it. These guys and girls, these people, these amazing developers are a freaking force. And I think this was a really, really good acquisition on CIG's part, because they're also a long time, like they're not new. It's not like they just came out of nowhere and got acquired. This is a company that's been around for 20 years. So they've been building a team that focuses specifically on difficult tech problems. They've worked on the web, cinema, and games. And I think Cloud Imperium has realized that like that sort of experience needs to be locked down, especially when that kind of a company suddenly you realize, oh, they believe in this game. They want to do this. So this was a big moment for them. It was announced at this time in the year, and I think it's probably one of the biggest moves Star Citizen has made to specifically tackle building out Star Systems instead of just playing the game, or instead of building the game. This team, they specifically said, you know what? I could probably find that. I feel like that's always the answer. You know what? We could probably find that. If we just go and look for Montreal. They were here somewhere. Where are you? No, that's way too late. From Montreal with love. No. This would have been a new studio appears. Yeah.
Like in the flesh?
So listen to what they say is the goal for this studio.
Fast forward into the future to the subject of today, where we start a locations team to expand, the world of Star Citizen. And so basically the story is transitioning to the game space and really help make the project a reality. And then that's where you guys come in.
All right. So basically, I started as a tester in video games. I remember my first games in family, so I decided to come back, and I decided to go to Ubisoft. And during that time, Pierre-Luc and we had really reconnected, and we've started looking for other opportunities together.
And for the record, because I think something else that occurs when people think of Star Citizen is they think it's just like a bunch of random people building a game. These three guys on the right side are all from Ubisoft Montreal, and they all built games like The Division, Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, different stuff like that. They also, I think some of them worked for WB, and they've got decades of experience. Like, these people are, CIG really saw a lot of opportunity in the same way that they picked up a lot of the Crytek developers back in 2014. They've just done a really good job of making smart moves like that, I think.
We found Turbulent, so it feels we're at a unique opportunity at a unique point in time. It feels absolutely amazing to be in this position.
So guys, we came here with a very specific mission.
So here's the kicker.
So maybe we should talk a bit about that. Guillaume, why don't you, in your own words, explain what it is we're trying to achieve here?
Oh, I'm getting spotlighted. I'm surprised it wasn't given to Pierre-Luc.
No hesitation. I'm just gonna.
Basically, our goal eventually is to go at a level where our team can produce entire star systems.
We don't want to create only like nice vista. We want to create content that bring purpose to the brand and to the IP and to the project. So every hire we make, every decision we make, it's going toward that goal.
So that was a pretty big realization, I think, just hearing them actually say that, because they don't talk about that too much. They talk about building planets, they talk about making modular gameplay and all this stuff, but they've never really tackled the question or the concept of we have to build star systems quickly. And I think a big part of the Montreal acquisition was to get enough people in different parts of games, because they started the ship team, they started a character team, tools team, gameplay team, locations team, and then they have a lot of different teams in that studio. And I think the idea is literally to expand that studio to be able to just make a star system on their own. And so I went back and I started looking at some of the panels and things where they've presented what the star systems that we've been learning about were supposed to look like. And then I went and I looked at these people, and to see who was presenting this stuff, I went and I searched this dude. Not this dude. Where is he? There's this guy. This guy, he did so much of the art for Pyro. He set so much of the mood for Pyro, this dude, from CitizenCon 2021. Turns out he's in Montreal. And they've already been doing this. And so I started to go back and look at more of the people who have been talking about different stuff going on in Pyro and setting up the sort of tone for some of these places. And I'm like, wait, these people are in Montreal. And it all kind of ties back to that, what they said. They were acquired. I mean, they were working on the game already, but in a large part, it seems like they were brought on to be able to build out star systems. So I think that's, again, one of the bigger things that happened this year. And it's weird that this actually looking back at the year, we had a lot of good stuff happen this year. Just was very slow still. Is the Turbulent video on Patreon a hard exclusive timed one? It'll eventually be released on YouTube. Yeah. NC stole Soft stole most of Blizzard's art team right before WoW launched. NC. It's smart to keep an eye on talent whenever a company stops appreciating it. That's true. And I wonder what companies, like there's some companies going through that right now. Why do you think people call Star Citizen a scam when there has been so much information about development over the years? It's just a quick conversation topic. It's like how everybody says that Fortnite is for kids when it's not. We all know it's not, but like it's easy to say that. And you know, like I was just talking with Drazen the other day and he was saying, you know, I know how Fortnite is viewed, but it is a great game. And the fact that he had to validate that with I know how Fortnite is viewed is just, you know, somebody would say something like, you know, I know Star Citizen might be a scam, but I still have a lot of fun with it. It's like the same kind of idea. It's just accepted until suddenly it's not. Montoya, what's up, man? Hey, dude, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Welcome in, buddy. We're doing a very, very slow cooking. What the heck? I just did exclamation point Montoya. That's it. Just Montoya. We're doing a slow cooking review of the year and seeing all the drama points and best news. Welcome in, folks. Glad you could join us. Is there somewhere you can discover the links and connections between Cloud Imperium Games, Cloud Imperium Rights? What's Cloud Imperium Rights? And Robert Space Industries? If you go to the Cloud Imperium website, they talk about their relationship with Robert Space Industries. It's the same company. It's just the different name between the studio and the publisher. New Fortnite Lego is fun. That's what people are saying. Not a scam in the Word doc. So yeah, that was what happened that week. Turbulent was acquired by Star Citizen or by Cloud Imperium, and the world continued. Following week, we're back to This Week in Star Citizen. They're still talking about CitizenCon tickets. Star Citizen 3. Excuse me, had a burp. Star Citizen 3.20 is in Evocati, and they are teasing Wave 1 PTU. In Thursday, inside Star Citizen, there is none. Because they're still on their little break. Wednesday, they gave their first CitizenCon update and started preparing for the October. God, it's crazy. But I guess it's coming up, yeah. July. Foundation Festival is going on. I think that has a referral code included and a free fly event. So that's 2? I think 3 free fly events so far in the year. And it is... Why is it so cold in my room? Why am I so cold? About to go get a robe on. Give me a second. It's Christmas. Let's get cozy. Be right back, folks. About to get a robe. Getting nice and cozy. Oh. Alrighty. That's better. Also, this music is like way too... Why so dramatic? Can we change things up a little bit? Ignorant hot take. I mean, some of it is based on the idea that they're not delivering on what they've said, but they show that they're delivering. They're trying to, and I think that's reasonable. Get yourself a tea too. Ooh, good call. Tea time, everybody. I'm the worst. Forgot I had said I was going to get tea. Thank you for the reminder. All right. Now we're good. Now we're good. And the music's a little bit better. I'm a little more hyped. All right, let's continue. Jeez, 3 hours. How am I gonna make this into a video? Where are we? On Friday, the newsletter was dropped. We got some concept art. Cool. That's cool. Let's go. And on the Foundation Festival, we went over that. Okay, we're past this. Onwards. Last day of July. We're getting into August territory now. It's real slow. You can't tell because I'm still talking about news, but news like Turbulent getting hired doesn't really matter to you when you're in the midst of trying to play the game. So it was big news, but at this point, the year was feeling very, very slow. Oh, not as slow as that T, though. That hits hard. All right. Onwards to 3.20 Evocati. Sounds like it's still not quite to the PTU. On Wednesday, the monthly reports came out. On Thursday, the Star Citizen episode actually is talking about... Oh, Rastar. Rastar is the base building tool that we will eventually be using. Right now, it's still used just internally, but it's what they're going to use to build out all of the ground locations that we see in the game. And it's being developed. It's going okay. It's taking them some time. And then Friday, we had a Star Citizen Live with the Interactables team. Nothing too crazy. XGR Racing was going on at the time. You forgot you brewed coffee? I forgot I brewed tea. This week in Star Citizen. August we are now in. Love a good August day. Not great for tomatoes. Phase run. Let's see. So we had a contest going on, I think, for art. Star Citizen art. And that was ongoing on the community hub. More ways to get involved in the Star Citizen community. There's always stuff going on that you can take part in. Like, you can play the game, but there's also a lot of great people who play this game, and I think it's worth it to make a couple friends. So I wouldn't necessarily say Spectrum is the best place to go, but the community hub does have a lot of content where you can find people and then go to those people's communities off the platform, like on Discord. There's a lot of great communities on Discord, a lot of cool places you can go where streams like what we're doing right now, and also in-game or in-person places. Bar Citizens are happening all the time. So get it more involved if you want to. If you're looking for some friends, people to hang out with, people to talk about your starships with. Because we all have those real-life friends who are like, okay, yeah, okay, sure, I get it. They added more pixels to your gun magazine. Sure, whatever, dude. Star Citizen that week had a roadmap roundup. I hope we get that. Did I open that? I did not. Dang it. On Thursday, Inside Star Citizen's episode was the VFX department. So again, see, like, these topics, Rastar, the VFX department, what was this one? There was no Inside Star Citizen. So we came back and we learned about Rastar and then VFX. And what was the next week? The audio team. There wasn't a lot of crunchy gameplay for people to really get into at this time. But there was more racing still ongoing. And the Interactables team, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Elliot was back on. Our man with the missions team. He was back on Star Citizen Live to talk a little bit more about the modular system. Woody. Yeah, Test is a good community as well. Good folks, good folks. Montoya's a good man. Being new to the verse, this seems like it was a great time to get into the game with everything you've been seeing anyways. It's ramping. It's for sure ramping. On Thursday, Inside Star Citizen catches up with the audio team and their work on audio reverberance. This was another fairly dry one, but it was their first update since the previous CitizenCon, so I was here for it. But, you know, ultimately the update we got in audio at CitizenCon was so much bigger. In fact, why don't we draw some context there? Draw a little comparison. Man, I don't even know what was in the engine. while this one was here.
It's been a long time since I've been in front of a camera, so this is a new experience for me.
So here's the most exciting part of this Inside Star Citizen update on audio in August.
For example, we could use the blast radius of an explosion to drive the player's ear-ringing effect using the same system. Or we could affect mix changes within the radius of an event, such as a large explosion, ducking the other sounds around it to make...
Here's the... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Here's the most exciting part of the episode.
Dynamically responding, at least in an audible sense, to player input and events transpiring in the world. We want to add another layer to the soundscape that just sprinkles a little.
This is all very exaggerated noise. It obviously wouldn't be like this in real game. So that's the audio update we got at Inside Star Citizen in August. Let me show you the audio update we got at CitizenCon in October. I always open this on my wrong browser. I'm sorry. This is not the audio update. Here it is.
Let's take a look at some of the tech we've been working on. First, let's listen to some of our weapon sounds in action. They're a great simulation, but we wanted to take them further and express the sound pressure, the forces being exerted. Our new in-house audio effects, particularly the multiband compressor, tuned by our sound designers, give us this result. The compression serves to illustrate the power of the weapons and the effect that they have when going beyond.
And now to the more fun part.
But it's not just about feeling powerful. Changes in audio can create a sense of danger, of being out on your own and under threat. Here's an example of ship combat. Sounds good, but what if we wanted a little more realism? The audio propagation tech that we've been rolling out makes it easier to change.
That looked like the normal NPC flight maneuvers.
And a nice use of that technology is to provide a more realistic option. Here, your own weapons resonate through the hull of the ship. Only what's in the pressurized cockpit is heard clearly, and the threat level feels higher due to the isolating lack of enemy weapon and ship audio. Making these changes creates space in the audio, both spectrally and temporally, making impacts seem bigger, more damaging, more of a problem for the player. This realistic mode isn't limited to the flight experience, it's applied appropriately to the game as a whole. Here's an FPS battle in a depressurized area. With realistic mode, we get that sense of isolation again, giving the location a different colour and adding variety to the audio experience.
So, like, just the caliber of interest created by these two demonstrations, you can really see the difference between the news we were getting throughout the sort of second and third quarters of the year and the news we got at CitizenCon. And as much as it was annoying, and we literally actively were talking about how we weren't getting very good news at the time, And it's obvious that they were holding back for CitizenCon. It also makes a lot of sense because you can see what CitizenCon did for the morale of the game, for funding, and for like the really big sort of large noise-making drop that it did. It was able to kind of spread all throughout the community. Literally, Asmon Gold video is right here as the next recommended. And there's something to be said about the marketing decision behind how they delivered news and how it all came at CitizenCon. That's a long conversation to have, but I think it worked for them. That's for sure. But man, at this point in the year, not this point, where were we? Yeah, around this point in the year, it was kind of dry. This is actually where the deep dive format of videos comes from, because we started to look more at a multitude of topics instead of just one at a time, or a multitude of things in a topic, however you say it. I don't know. I'm confused. All right, August. Further on in the month. Did they mention when 322 is dropping? They didn't say anything. Not yet. Nightcrawler, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you getting that raffle started on Twitch. For all the folks, ! Join. Get in on it. And getting us ever closer to our goal for the day. Thanks, guys. With realistic mode, you can hear yourself fat man breathe even better. Dude, I love hearing myself breathe. It's just the best. It's not the worst thing in the world. Citizens, brace yourself as phase 2 of the biggest annual Space Smackdown Ship Showdown is about to begin. So the Ship Showdown is ongoing throughout August. That is at least one thing people have going on. Another nice little community event where everybody has a chance to vote on ships. That's right. That's what this art was I was talking about before. This is for the Ship Showdown. First, everybody gets to make things to kind of draw up hype for the ships they like, and then there is a phase in which the ships get put up against each other. That is phase 2, and everybody votes against either ship, and then that goes on until somebody wins, and it's announced, which we'll see here in the coming weeks. It's a cool event. It's not handled particularly well, I would say, and has some flaws, but again, it's nice that they build up the community with this stuff. I do think that a lot of it is around the sales, which it would be nice to decouple from that, but there's a lot of stuff that people can get into if they're into Star Citizen throughout the year, and that's really nice because it's a great way to keep people involved, especially in a game that's struggling to finish itself. Okay, on Wednesday we got a roadmap roundup. On Thursday we got nothing because the team is attending Gamescom. So again, just to recap where we are. No Inside Star Citizen in mid-June. No Inside Star Citizen. Late June, Star Citizen is about Rastar. Early August, Star Citizen is about VFX. Mid-August, Star Citizen Live Inside Star Citizen is about audio. And late August, no Star Citizen, Inside Star Citizen, or Star Citizen Live. So it got really, August was not fun. Last week of August, Bar Citizen in Cologne, Germany. Alpha 3.20 is in PTU Wave 2. Hull C mining and ship stat updates and new Arena Commander modes, including, finally, we got to try our Master modes. This was all coming these weeks. So even though the news wasn't great, 3.20 was out. 3.20 wasn't a huge update, but it was something new to look into. So it's not like nothing was happening. Inside Star Citizen this week was a part 2 on audio. So no episode. Episode on the tool. Audio episode. VFX episode. No episode. And then episode on audio again. So we're 5 weeks now with not really any sort of Inside Star Citizen of forward-looking gameplay. Due to unforeseen circumstances, they had to reschedule Star Citizen Live, so that'd be 2 weeks without Star Citizen Live as well. That's unfortunate. But the Ship Showdown was still ongoing. 2v2 Fighter Flight Tournament was going on, which was the tournament that would have its championship at CitizenCon. So again, Still stuff going on, but for certain groups of people, not necessarily the most interesting time. All right. Now we are into September, the last month of the drought. Final 4 of the what's it called? Ship Showdown we're going on. There's a free fly going on, so that would be our 4th free fly of the year, I think, 4th or 5th. I've lost count. The Ship Showdown stuff. This event would be what would decide the Intergalactic Aerospace Best in Show paints we would get a couple weeks ago now. And then on Saturday, the 2v2 Fighter Flight tournament had their finals. So that would finish up, and then they would have ultimately the championship tournament at CitizenCon on Wednesday, bi-monthly weekly roadmap roundup on Thursday. A look into the latest addition to the Mirai LX. This was the missile firing one. So they released the first ship, and then the Mirai variant came out a couple months later. This would be our 3rd ship release this year, if I'm not mistaken. And it was our 3rd ship, and it was just a variant. No, sorry, 4th vehicle. Antares, Mirai, Lynx, Mirai LX. I think that's what's come out so far at this point in the year. You want the new audio ASAP? So sick. That's the fun thing, though. We got 2 audio Inside Star Citizen updates and not a peep about all this stuff. Rawr. Did I just say rawr? Nobody heard that, right? Where are we? Deeper look at racing. Okay. So yeah, Fury LX came out, and then on Friday they had a Star Citizen Live making up for the last one, and this was going over Arena Commander feature team. So that's a good one. Arena Commander feature team's a solid one, but again, I would say it's not super interesting for most people who are interested in the PU and like feature development. At the beginning, we had the lamp and towel. Today's game content pales in comparison. Fully licensed pharmacist for a year now. Nice. Congratulations. That's awesome. Doing good for people. Okay. So that's our first week in September. Things are going on, but maybe they could get better. And then next week, bam. Finally. Our 318, 319 post-mortem. We waited so many weeks for this. 320 went live. When was that? That was back here sometime, right? No, I'm sorry. 320 went live. Actually, not that long before. Where did we say 320 was going live at? Phase 2, August 31st. No, I'm sorry. 320 was not even live yet. So we didn't wait extra time for this. I think it was mostly just sucked because we didn't get the 318's post-mortem until 319 was done. But this was a chance that they got to talk a lot about the problems that we all just got through way back here in these tabs when they were talking about 318 and 319 and the problems that they were going through. All of that stuff is being summarized up and talked about here. So they mentioned, as you could read more about in Benoit Bouzejour's account below on PES, we underestimated the multiplicative forces of going to live and now creating and persisting every entity players created through their actions, creating a load on our service that was beyond our initial forecasts. And it took weeks, if not months, to expose, diagnose, create fixes, test them, and deploy them to restore the service, all while the game was still running on live. That's the worst part. They have to run the game. So this goes a lot into what they learned from that process and how they aim to fix it. I think that they could have done a lot more in this because the things that they said didn't really actually say much for some of this stuff. Like, I don't know here, infiltrate missions in Orison. The new FPS missions were well received and refreshing change after only having underground facilities for years. The ability to assault the locations on foot or in ships was great. What didn't go well? We had to turn the missions off for 319 because we were aiming to release Siege of Orison, but we were not able to achieve this or the new platform clusters. What we want to do better in the future, we have relocated the missions to the new platform clusters and we'll be releasing them when possible. That's actually not terrible feedback. Let's look at the Drake Vulture though. What didn't go well? A few complaints surrounding the traversal of the ship due to the gameplay mechanics were somewhat a product of the salvage mechanic evolving over time to require more manual input than initially expected during the vehicle's concept. What will do better? Releasing vehicles alongside their gameplay loops rather than earlier in the project is something we've been striving to do in the recent times. We'll continue aiming to do this. That sucked because it didn't tell us anything about the Drake Vulture getting fixed. And even them saying we're looking into opportunities to make the Vulture work better would have been exciting, and a little teaser for 3.22, which we're getting now with a fix to the Drake Vulture. Yeah, I think overall it's a good way to check out what they have to talk about with what they've been delivering. But there's always more they could be saying here that they're not, because they can't always say everything. And I get that. But this part with the PES is a good read. It's very good. It comes from Benoit, who is, again, CTO of Turbulent in the Montreal studio, who has a big hand in what's going on in the game right now. Talks about all the stuff regarding PES. So I will link this in the chat for you as well, if you want to check that out. Man, we should have a link page for these streams. Would anyone still be here if they didn't run the game? No, I don't think so. That's really what helps them. I don't think we were that close yet. Hold up. I need to go back. I missed something here. This week at Star Citizen. Oh, there's the pocket guide. Okay. And then we did... Huh. Did they just not do This Week in Star Citizen for a while? September 18th. There's a 4th? Yeah, okay. So we're missing that one at least. Man, I am just misplacing these tabs. Okay, September 18th, Miss Call C came out. There's a post. Could probably check that out. 320 came out, new player guide. Check that out. CitizenCon, pocket guide, and then that's okay. So let's make a little group here. Throw these in. What is this? What are you? It's week 1. What is this? You're good. What are you? What is this? Oh, this is the letter. We don't need this. Get out of here. You? Are you good? New player guide? Okay. Not that, not that. Roadmap roundup, and I think we continue from there. So I'll just take these 3 and we'll move them all over here to wherever we were. Oh, we almost got to the exact right tab. That was incredible. And pocket guide. This would be in here somewhere. Sorry guys, doing a little bit. We're fixing it in post, kind of. Fixing it in present, I guess. 920. 420. 69. Nice. Get these all out here. Okay, so. We got past here and got onto the September 20th roadmap roundup. Now, I have a September 18th post here somewhere. What happened to that? Here it is. I'm just confusing myself now. Okay. September 18th this week. What's up, Steelwicker? You just got gifted a Twitch sub? Yo, by Nightcrawler? No, by... Who did it? Who did it, I asked. Sparicado. Nice. The only thing longer than the development calendar for Squadron 42 is the number of tabs Tomato has open. Brah. If you're not using 5 gigabytes of tabs, are you actually a power user? Colt Kimber, my cult following, thank you. That's a joke because of his name. Appreciate your Prime sub, dude. Appreciate you. Thanks for making it possible. All right. This week in Star Citizen, September 18th, we've got a treasure hunt screen contest going on. It's Pirate Week because of stealing stuff. They're talking about exclusive digital goodies pack, Star Citizen, CitizenCon. And on Thursday, Inside Star Citizen is finishing up the design brief. That's a good one. We've reviewed that a lot in the last couple weeks, talking about the changes to inventory and cargo hauling. And we actually saw one of those changes coming to 322. That's the inventory cargo containers. And they also updated us at CitizenCon on that with like all the factions and stuff. So that's cool. Wednesday gave us the monthly report for Squadron 42. And Friday was live with something. We don't know here. They didn't say. So pretty standard year or week. Nothing too crazy. Star Citizen, Inside Star Citizen again was about cargo. So finally, with these 2 last weeks, I guess we were getting some better content from Inside Star Citizen. And that's because it was September. September kind of ended our drought and started to get us more hyped for CitizenCon. Things started to come out a little bit more in terms of information. The roadmap Roundup came out and we saw that the Argo SRV got added with vehicle tractor beams. Things were starting to look up for the next patch. The progress tracker got the Origin G12. Nice. New rover. Still not here, but maybe we'll see it in 3.22. Maybe. I think we might see it next year. Following week. What's going on? They're dropping some Xi'an language here. I don't know what it says. Esen niku na ti nya uthinya pu sao tes ko nui na. I'm done. Okay. I don't know what this says. I might have just insulted someone's family, but they're putting the languages of this game on here and somebody can read them, I'm sure. This is all coming from our new CIG community manager. Love this guy. Big shout out to Niku. He actually was on my podcast well before he got hired by CIG. I like to think that I put them on his, I put him on their radar. I don't think so though. He did a lot of community management work before this. I'm sure he says this here somewhere. Prior to CIG, he worked as a senior community manager for Larian Studios on Baldur's Gate 3. He's also worked on Paradox Interactive on Crusader Kings 3 and Bethesda on The Elder Scrolls 3, Wolchen, Tin Can, and Tableau Software. So he's got like a ton of experience. I know him because of here. He said he's created hundreds of articles, guides, live streams, and events in the gaming press for Game Guide FR, Remlock Industries FR, CM Adventures, and a variety of other projects. This was very Elite Dangerous focused stuff. He did a lot of work for Elite Dangerous, so I brought him onto the podcast to ask him about that. And I don't know which episode that was. Let's see if it comes up. Space Tomato Niku might pop up. Launch sequence. I don't know what I would have named it. I also did not do a good job of naming these back in the day here. Yeah, you're gonna have to look back in the. You're gonna have to look back in the archives for this one, folks. But he's in there somewhere. We have an old episode with Niku, and he's a great guy. I've had nothing but great interactions with him, and since he's come on, the amount of like news and interaction that I've seen in terms of like making sure things are up to date has been great. So this was his introduction. You may have seen him around, you may not have, but I would, if you're around Discord or Twitter, he's pretty active. Besides that, what else is going on? 3.20 was able to be released to a live patch over the weekend to address many of the ongoing issues. Oh, sorry. The prior week, 3.20 came out, and then they released a hot patch over the weekend. They also updated their new player guide. And we had an Inside Star Citizen episode from the Mission Features team telling us everything about new feature types and a global event coming later this year. What? Global event coming later this year. What am I forgetting?
Of rich kids that have kind of taken on the hobby of hacking.
So the data heist missions we got in 321. Blockade Runner. They thought this was going to be later this year. Here's an introduction to this global event that I guess must have gotten delayed for some reason.
Event Blockade Runner hopes to be just a little bit of both.
Blockade Runner actually replaces Ninetales Lockdown. We analyzed Ninetales Lockdown and we looked at participation in that global event. And we also looked at what players did in it. So participation in Ninetales Lockdown wasn't actually that high. We realized like there's no point maintaining this global event if no one plays it, you know? We looked back at the other ones that we had made, like Xenothreat, and looked at the gameplay in those that players do engage with and they enjoy. And that was the aspect of going on those wrecks in Xenothreat, picking up the crates and delivering them. They enjoy this experience, they enjoy working together as a team to do it. So we thought, what can we do with that and make a new event? Something that players will instantly like understand what the event's about. We came up with this idea of Blockade Runner.
Blockade Runner is a new global event that we've been working on. In this event, there's a criminal faction that sets a blockade around some of the space stations in the universe. This makes trade and travel between these stations problematic, and their goal in doing this is to prevent the trade of one specific material that is important for the refinement of spaceship fuel.
The idea is that a player will be called to help deliver a new commodity that is involved in the production of quantum fuel and deliver it from our LEO stations, like Everest Harbor, to its refinery sister stations. And we have to deliver a certain amount of this within a certain narrow amount of time.
This material has a short half-life, so if it's not stored properly at a specific facility, then it will expire and become worthless, and you'll have to try again.
When you arrive at the LEO, there'll be like a blockade from criminals, and you will have to get through that blockade, land, buy this commodity as much as you can fit on your ship, then you'll have to take off, and then you'll have to brave the blockade again, and then QT to one of the refineries. On the way, you may be interdicted by more of these criminals who don't want you to get away.
Target destroyed.
And then on the other side, no blockade, but you'll have to get through that. Then you will land, and then you will sell. So there's this delivery loop for players. Not every ship will be best suited for dealing with these guys without, you know, some escorts. So the idea is that players will also take this mission and support those other players in combat ships.
Maybe you delegate one person with the big tanker ship and others to fend off any enemies along the way. At its core, Blockade Runner is a combination of the cargo transport and selling and space combat. One of the things I like most about Star Citizen is the space combat. I've never really been much of an FPS player, but I do like space combat, and one of the big elements of Blockade Runner is space combat. The stakes are higher, so if you screw up, you don't just simply regenerate. You regenerate and have to buy all your cargo again, So
this was a global event. Hey, it's me. This was a global event that was supposed to release this year, I guess, but sounds like it got delayed for whatever reason, and will likely come in next year. But this is these are the breadcrumbs of the events we're actually supposed to play in Star Citizen. I think this seems like a really good chance for them to test how a blockade might work around a space station, because obviously this is not a gameplay. It doesn't make a ton of sense gameplay-wise, but I think this will help them figure out what needs to happen in terms of AI, in terms of the actual blockade itself, in terms of interdictions, to make an event like this run in the future. Yeah, or you could just get a reclaimer, bulldoze your way through everything. So that was, this is late September we're getting into now. And the release of the Hull C comes out. I think this is one of the best infographics they've ever made, because it confirms their wants for cargo hauling, and we know that it's supposed to be like this. The one thing that I'm not seeing here that is a bit strange is cargo trips going from the LEO space stations, or the LO space stations, down to the planets. I'm assuming that's just because they didn't want to have to write that in here, but it would be kind of weird if like the low orbit space stations weren't trading with their own planets. New event delayed behind a blockade. God, get out. Get the f out. Leave. Yo, Aldo Brink with the raid as well. Hey, you're too kind. Thank you so much for bringing in the folks. Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's up? How you doing? What is your day including? Some Star Citizen? Some Star Citizen, nice. Our day apparently is including some Space Dad jokes, so you might want to leave. But if you don't want to leave, we're also talking about Star Citizen. So you will get more of that. Yo, thanks for bringing the people by, my man. Whether you have to go or not, I appreciate you. Hope you're having a good time, Aldo. A good week. There are Space Dad jokes, can confirm. But no, we're actually doing a full review of Star Citizen this year and everything that happened. Currently, we're at the launch of the Hull C. So, they gave you a nice look at all of it's a beautiful ship. I mean, this thing was in development for like 5 or 6 years. It's got an insane engineered design where it expands and telescopes out with a hallway in it that you can walk through while it's telescoping. It's pretty cool. There's a couple design flaws with it, but for the most part, this is a cool ship. It's actually one of the more popular ships in the entirety of Star Citizen, funny enough, because it's just so commonly used for cargo hauling. And I'm hoping that is how it is in the game, but the trailer is something else. This is a great trailer. It really gives you that vibe of what a lot of us want to do with the industrial gameplay, whether we're flying, whether we're running crew, whether we are box monkeys, or whether we're just somebody getting a ride. I love this trailer. See, imagine being able to like go on shore leave during this time. Just during the stop off, you just get off, get some food, grab some stuff, and then get going again. Pretty freaking cool. I think that's their best ship trailer this year. Honestly, some of the other ones they released this year just are not that satisfying. This one, that one hits. I really do hope. I mean, I'm not going to be super into industrial and hauling and stuff, but I really do hope that's how it plays out for the people who want it, because that looked like space Euro truck with extra stuff to do, which is, you know, pretty cool. Imagine going to the Star Bar, playing Star Pool, maybe a Starcade game or two, using the Star Toilet. You don't fall for the trailers though, you want to see progress. But we've seen progress, right? Like, some of the stuff we've gone over today has talked about how these freight missions are supposed to work to not be just about delivering from like one planet or one station, but being based on the actual idea of hauling freight. I think they talk more about it too in the future. I guess more in CitizenCon. But that progress is coming. cargo refactor stuff. Mostly the music, though, for this one, yeah. Oh, the Lynx trailer. I don't remember that one. You love the C1 Spirit trailer, but man, does the whole C trailer blow everything out of the water. I was kind of disappointed by the C1 trailer. I was hoping for something a little more inspiring. But it's a ship trailer. It's like a car commercial. No trailer for Nyx. We don't really have much on Nyx. Alright, so what else got released at this time? Pretty key, I think, to keep note of. They do keep their new player guide updated. It's not the best because the game's always changing, but they're doing a better job, I think, of supporting new players and regular players with stuff like this. It's just still on the website. There is a new player guide in the game, but it doesn't go over all this. I think it'd be great if they at least could link this in the main menu or include this in some way in the main menu, as well as the guide system. Please, CIG. Please. Turbulent, I know you guys can do it. I know you're busy. But you do a lot of good work. Help us out. Alright, so they went over this and they talked about where you can find your ship, how the cities work, how to make money. They introduced you to the guide system, welcome hub, trouble logging in, a universe built by the community. They post some stuff here, just kind of talking about the community, how you can join it, getting into an organization, latest features, some of the missions and stuff that have been coming in. What the? And I guess some of the stuff that's supposed to be coming in soon. Wait a second. No, I'm looking at this wrong. This is not right. This is Luminalia. How did I get here? No, this is new player guide. I'm confused. Is this a new player guide from current? How did that happen? I'm confuzzled now. Okay, here's the new player guide 3 months ago. How are they talking about? Handle my tabs. I clicked on the same tab. They talked about 321 in September? Man, my time scale is off if that's the case. I could probably get rid of some of these tabs, right? Let's close some of these earlier ones. So my computer stops dying and I can focus. Like, as somebody who has ADHD, why would I open this many tabs? Why do that to yourself? All right. Man, there were a lot. Okay. So, what am I missing here? I played myself. What am I missing here? Why is the new player guide? I guess it must have been referencing 321 at the time. That's weird to me. I didn't know that. But the next one up was the CitizenCon 2953 Pocket Guide. This was dropped at the, I think, end of September or beginning of October. Let me double check here. This week, new player guide. CitizenCon Pocket Guide. Just as 3 months ago. It doesn't say the date. But I think this was dropped at the end of September. And so it gave us the first look at the schedule for CitizenCon, again, emphasizing that the drought was finally over. Hey, Ace Hole Thanks for the follow and sub. Appreciate you. Make sure to use that in our giveaway coming up for the CULAN. So we got the day 1 and day 2 schedules, which at the time we were like, what does this mean? What is all this stuff? These are all so cryptic. What? I mean, they really weren't. I mean, this was obviously engineering, and this was obviously flight stuff, and this was obviously ships, and this was obviously maps, and this was like first-person interaction stuff. But the particulars were not fully understood. I don't think any of us really expected them to actually pull this off and do a good job with it. But this was the first time we saw the schedule, and the hype was definitely building for CitizenCon from here on. But they also showed us the event map. At the time that they first dropped it, for those who remember, This up in the top hand corner was blank. So it didn't have Welcome to Pyro, but you could tell that there were computers set up. And I'd like to toot a horn, just a small horn. I did call that it would be a demo of Pyro. I did. But this was a cool map because you got to see just how big the overall thing was. You got to see the theme and everything. And yeah, again, the hype was building. And then a guide to LA. Bring your own food. And yeah, a lot of information about CitizenCon came out at this time. And then we continued on into October. Games in the mobiGlas makes sense since it's supposed to be the phone of the future. Yeah, games in the mobiGlas would be cool. Less drama now that the information is picking up a little bit. Or at least less drama we're seeing in these Inside Star Citizen episode reactions. Less drama maybe I noticed. I only see what I want to see, right? That's how it is. We're less than 3 weeks away from our biggest CitizenCon event yet, and the excitement is palpable. After 4 years, we can't wait to see you at the return of our in-person celebration of all things Star Citizen, and most importantly, you, the community. So the hype was building. This was the first CitizenCon in 4 years in person. Pretty nuts. Alpha 3.21 rolled to the PTU, so that I guess it explains why they were putting that in the new player guide. Impressive. The PTU is currently accessible to all waves, so we had the open Alpha 321 PTU by this point. Again, a little bit more content, a little more interest in the game. Things are starting to pick up again. On the Alpha, in fact, if you don't even believe me, check this out. Google Trends Star Citizen. You can see this throughout the year. It's crazy. Following the... You can see both Invictus Week and IAE, and you can see the drought in between them and how it started to rise as we got closer. So, like, here's last IAE. And then Invictus Week is here. This is why I don't understand how it's the most popular moment of the, or the biggest event of the year when it's like this. Oh, sorry, this is just France. Get the whole world, please. Okay, here it is. Not quite as high, but almost as high as IAE. Either way, Invictus Week happens, and then we just drop, right? And then the drought kind of takes hold, and it gets really slow until August, and then at the beginning of September, we get some more news, and it spikes up, and then we get a little bit more news, and then we rise, and you can tell it's still pretty low, but it shoots up for CitizenCon, and it's really those last 5 weeks before it shoots up that things got better. But before that, ew. So Alpha 321 was in PTU at this point. We had gotten our Post-Mortems of 318 and 319. 320 was in the past, kind of, sort of, almost. And CitizenCon was coming up. People were more hyped. The bi-monthly roadmap roundup came out. Inside Star Citizen was our next sprint report. Remember I said there were two? This was the other one. I'm pretty sure it was just this and the other one. There might be a third somewhere, but these were the sprint reports. And it was a nice update, but it didn't go over. I mean, this was a sprint report a month before CitizenCon, so they're not going to drop a lot of the interesting stuff we wanted to see. It was mostly a ship update. Wrapping up on Friday, we had no Star Citizen Live, and there was still some XGR stuff going on. Is progress and stuff done in the ePTU crossover to the PTU when that releases? Yes. Huh. This is out of place. This is the 3.20 patch page. I guess I could have showed you guys this earlier. But this is the stuff that came in 3.20. Yay. This is supposed to be back here. What is this? Ah, right. Okay. So, before CitizenCon, there was a little thing happened. This is highly debated, but ultimately there is a lot of communication surrounding this specific ship, the F-8C Lightning, in regards to its availability, how it would be available, who it would be available to, how much it costs. A lot of very specific details around the ship. I really don't want to jump into this. This is not my area. And as a little promotion, CIG decided to do a game where they would basically place a bunch of tickets throughout the game that if you found... Man, this sounds bad in practice. If you found the tickets in game, you would be able to redeem them to rent the ship, I believe. You could rent the ship for like 24 hours. I did it. I found a ticket. It was cool. I rented a ship. I had a lot of fun with it. But the other side of it was when you rented that ship, or when you found the ticket, you also got the chance to buy it. And that was very contentious because in the past, people have been rewarded this ship for reaching certain levels of support in Star Citizen, obviously giving people the intent or the idea that it was limited in some respect, as well as words that have been spoken. Not going to bring up those specific words. I'm not the dartboard for this argument. But this all happened right before CitizenCon, and it bumped sales. It introduced the probably most powerful ship in the game that a single person can fly. And it released a ship that honestly wasn't very polished, so it didn't come off as being very well planned. But this was a very big moment in early October that kind of, I think, gets glossed over a little bit because CitizenCon was so big and took up so much air. But yeah, this ship ended up getting basically released to the PU after a long time of it not being released, but only being kept for NPCs and people stealing them from NPCs and CIG going, well, we might as well just give it to them. I don't know what behind the scenes happened with this thing, but that happened in October. Okay, we're moving past that now. Thanks. All right, so October 16th, it is the week of CitizenCon, and they basically did some detailing on what's going on at the event, and then talked about their Day of the Vara celebrations, which are like more events that they do in game where you can find stuff and unlock some things for Halloween. It's like a Halloween themed event that runs for a couple weeks, and I think also has a free fly event. But besides that, this was CitizenCon week, a freaking big week. Let's all take a moment just to spend just a couple of minutes remembering how big this week was by watching one of the videos that they showed during the whole event. So this was really, I think this is Star Citizen's glow up moment. Right now, this is a trailer we all love, and it was great. But I think we're going to look back on this as like the glow up moment for this game, when CIG was finally able to put out convincing material that stuck. It showed people what they've been working on, and it actually stuck. And people have been loving this. Pretty freaking cool. So a lot of cool stuff in here. I'm not gonna play this whole thing, but it was a great presentation of their engine. That I think the most important thing was just that they were able to package it in something that was able to go more viral, if you will. It was able to make a lot. It was like they hired a new company to do their marketing. Like, they found somebody who was like, hey, you know what? We've actually made a pretty cool engine, and while it doesn't work particularly well when it's running online, it's got a lot of cool parts to it. Why don't we run it offline and make it all work, and then show it in a cool trailer with actually good music, and like people will understand that we're actually doing stuff. And I think that's what they needed. It, at the very least, has proven that they're trying to build something, and they're not just like smoke and mirrors. It's not just the day before kind of story. Which is what we can just always use to say now. But it's like, it's a legitimate thing, and some of this isn't in the game yet, but most of it is playable, and that also really helps the case. So that happened, and then there was also the Squadron 42 trailer, which, like, can we just, I'm sorry, we have to take a moment, guys. We have to take a moment. Everybody needs some bagpipes at least once a week in their life. Join me. I'm sorry. It's like a call to arms. The bagpipes. The bagpipes. Everybody's gonna wanna. My kids are gonna play bagpipes now. So yeah, it was like a very hype week for them. That was late October. It's not to say that it was all good. It's not to say that it's all happened or that it means everything is okay. But that was late October, and this was the flavor we were getting this year. It was much, much, much better than any other year they've ever tried to do this. Yeah, people still won't believe it. That'll happen. People won't believe it. That's fine. Do I think SC is starting to get mainstream a bit too early? I feel like it's sort of just the right timing, maybe a bit too early, but hard to say. Honestly, I felt like it was starting to get more popular too early a couple years ago. But at this point, I think the only thing that's like, a couple years ago it was too early because, and it was getting a lot more popular 2 years ago, but it was still very niche. Still niche now, but 2 years ago there wasn't the gameplay to support it. I think now they're gonna have it. I would say a year from now wouldn't be too early. And right now, if we're starting that climb, then by the time they're actually in that climb, I'm hoping that would be a year away. They need to have a proper map system. They need to have better interaction system. They need to have better stability. And they need to have a very reliable new player experience. If they can do all that, no, it's not too early. Because the people who will get in, as long as the game plays reliably, they'll be able to see that, like, oh, there's a game here. They just haven't built all of it. That's what they need. All they need to do is ship that, and they could probably maintain themselves with Squadron 42 sales. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. So that was the week of Star Citizen. Or of CitizenCon. After that, we got some more big news. This was actually announced at CitizenCon itself. And it was a little bit surprising. But essentially, they announced the preview channel, which is a new, another version of Star Citizen besides the PTU, the PU, the Evocati, and the EPTU. We have the preview channel, which is meant to showcase early features. Throughout the development of Star Citizen, we've achieved numerous technological milestones, each bringing us closer to the immersive universe we've always envisioned. When a foundational technology comes online for the first time, it often requires a time of adjustment. It's an iterative process that sees our team combat unforeseen challenges by inventing solutions on the fly. A process that can often cause disruption for those who simply want to log in and play. This is the unfortunate part of doing R&D on a large scale. I mean, it's not necessarily R&D, I guess, since they've put it through QA and stuff, but like trying to launch these things to a game at scale does not go well a lot of the time. And that's where the preview channel comes in. A new environment where we will deploy and test new underlying technology in an isolated environment to protect the reliability and playability of the live service. Upcoming foundational technology such as the replication layer split and crash recovery will roll out on the preview channel first. These technologies will be tested and hardened in preview channel before making their way to the PTU for migration to live. In the future, when we're ready to deliver server meshing, you can expect it to go to the preview channel first for its effects to be observed and tested before it goes to PTU. Any new technologies on the preview channel must be validated, graduated, and ultimately mission proven before making their way to a live release. This means that if you aren't interested in testing the latest new technologies, you can simply connect to the live game and dive right in. Those amongst you eager to get their hands on the latest cutting-edge tech will be able to connect to the preview channel to do just that. They say that, but this preview channel is limited. So, this is being used as a way to do tech testing, but it's also kind of a marketing thing. Let's be honest. We're excited to announce that on Tuesday, October 31st, we'll open access to Pyro on the preview channel. We'll utilize a randomized selection process, pulling from digital goodies pack owners, concierge people, that's people who have spent a lot of money, and our most active testers. These are the people who should be getting in first, followed by our usual wave process. The wave process also depends on money. So it's a way for them to gate the game so it doesn't crash right away, which makes sense. But it's also a way to, encourage people to maybe spend more money. And that's a two-pronged, double-edged sword. It's like two-pronged sword. It's a two-pronged sword. It's a pitchfork. Sorry. Freaked out. That is a pitchfork that I don't really like, but at the same time you understand. It's just, but that's how it's gated, and that's the preview channel. So far it hasn't been used too much. They used it per Pyro a little bit, but the replication layer testing I don't think really occurred. Always a bit of marketing. Mecha Joliotto, you started playing about a year ago. How's it been going? 2 years ago is about the first time you started hearing about it. Nice. What do you think so far, Phil? Watching content about the game is the real game. It's the most fun part. Hey, waited 7 years to be one of the first people to brave the dangers and jump to Pyro, and you weren't even invited to test fake Pyro. Well, at least you'll get real Pyro first. Or maybe fake Pyro in a later test. It's also a way to reward the people who support the game. So it's a quadruple-edged sword. First time you landed on a planet, you were blown away. then you jumped off a Barack and broke your legs. Ah, your legs were blown away too. I butchered that. Wasn't Rep Blair tested recently? I thought that was Avocati. Showed the video of Delamar where one of them was inside of Levski and the other developer was outside of Levski. And yeah, at the elevator location. Says the YouTuber. Yeah, I agreed. You've enjoyed playing on and off, find yourself playing for a bit, then taking a break like any game. That's a good way to do it. New updates usually bring you back. It's also a good way to do it. Quadruple edged sword is just like a large, sharp Phillips screwdriver. Right? Is that a thing? Could you then use that as a screwdriver? What are we talking about? Also, what happened at this time was the I Held the Line Squadron 42 announcement. It is now feature complete. We're moving into the polishing phase. We're fully focused on optimizing and fine-tuning all aspects of the gameplay experience to deliver an unprecedented cinematic adventure. To celebrate this milestone, we have gathered our core development team leadership around the globe to share what this means. Then we watched this video, which is the bagpipes hype. Great video, one of my favorites they've ever put out. Best marketing video CIG has ever released. Ever. I can't believe that they put something like this out and it was this well done. So props to them. Apparently that's what they needed. Whoa. They just needed somebody to sell it right. And then this week in Star Citizen, they talk about, you know, recovering from CitizenCon. We were all very hungover at that time. The narrative team put out something about the 600i, and on Friday the newsletter came out, but still no Inside Star Citizen or Star Citizen Live just yet. You can see Niku has taken over, though, on these posts. Helping out with the team. You joined in June 2020, not long before Levski and Delamar was getting removed, but you got to experience it briefly. Glad you got to see it, still one of your favorite landing locations ever. After seeing what they've done with Pyro, especially the Pyro space stations, I cannot wait to see what they're going to do with Levski. Man, it's going to be incredible. Levski already... Like, Levski's been gone for 3 years, and I still believe it has some of the best atmosphere in the whole game. I have footage from Levski because I don't want to lose... I don't want to lose it. Like, it's so nice. Let me see if I can... search for... Yeah. Found him. I think this is Levski. Might be Grimhex. But like Levski has some really unique areas that you don't really get to see in Star Citizen because it's like an underground city. And it's unfortunate that they... This is all footage I took a long time ago for a cinematic. Don't mind the name. It's weird, I know. But like you get the idea of like how much just unique and interesting stuff there was to look at and see in Levski. And now that I've seen what their environment artist teams can do and like what their interaction teams can do, I can't wait to see how it expands from this, because all of this stuff looks better than a lot of the stuff we have in game right now. Is that a bathrobe? This? It's not a bathrobe. Yeah, it was a cool area. I miss it. So hopefully we see that next. That's coming with Nyx. And that'll be one of the next landing zones we get. One of the Nyx landing zones we get. All right, late October. They talked about that they're opening the preview channel. So the thing we just learned about, they were basically launching Pyro so that people could play it. I did get into it a couple times. You can go check out those streams. We had good times. We had good fun. It was solid. And then on Wednesday, we got the roadmap roundup. Thursday and Friday were not still a thing. Star Citizen Live and Inside Star Citizen were still not a thing. Jake Bradley back on the post, so they kind of alternate. They take turns. It's good to see the team growing because the community management team needs more people so they can communicate more with the community. Again, we've got, looks like Nico is in, as we've got some Gian here. The Pyro preview channel is opened. They changed up the schedule a little bit, which really bugged some people. That was a bummer. Also, just talking more about Star Citizen, CitizenCon. On Monday, they started talking about the IAE event. Again, the biggest... Okay, so now he's calling it the biggest ship show in the verse, not the biggest event. IAE is the biggest ship show. Coming to Microtech. Also, they did the Q&A for the RSI Zeus. This is a pretty cool ship. It got announced at CitizenCon. And it's looking like it's going to be a great ship for the 3-person teams out there. And honestly, I think 3 to 5 people is going to be the best way to play this game. 3 is probably the sweet spot. Because if you normally play with 3 people, you can probably do everything with 2 if you need to. And it's pretty easy to get 3 people together. So this is going to be a fairly popular ship, I think, especially the ES, this Essential. It's a very good general purpose kind of bare bones. I guess not general purpose, it's more exploration focused, which is right up my alley. But you could probably make this a pretty nice general purpose ship. So this thing got announced at CitizenCon and they released the QA for it. But there was also the Squadron 42 monthly report, special edition of Inside Star Citizen looking back at CitizenCon, which is fun. And Star Citizen Live dedicated to QA follow-ups of the SitCon presentations. Spirit or this? I would choose both. I would definitely choose both these ships for different things. Like I said, this thing's great for 3 people. Can't even put 3 people in a Spirit. Even 2 is crowded in a Spirit. So I think they're definitely different focuses on range and capabilities. For a Spirit, I'd use that in a system like Stanton. But if I'm in somewhere like Nyx or Pyro or maybe even Magnus, I'd be in a Zeus probably. If they had to do systems for jump points for Squadron, then Squadron 42 isn't only in Odin. Yeah, it's in Odin and Vega. They'd probably just keep them connected some other way besides building the systems in between. Next year's SitCon will drop Nyx as a surprise. That'd be awesome. Maybe in the preview channel. Pyro hurdle is passed. They will be able to really accelerate new systems. They've definitely built a lot more assets at this point. All right, getting into mid-November. We're pretty recent now. Yo, Captain Radix. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. Thanks for dropping by. Hope you guys are having a good time today. Playing some, let's hear it, Star Citizen. So we're getting pretty close to current time. We're only about a month ago now. Happy Monday. Last Friday we wrapped up the Pyro on preview channel. IAE is about to kick off. And they're about to make a whole bunch of money. So the free fly schedule for IAE has been published by this time. Tuesday has a new lore post and Intergalactic Aerospace Expo FAQ. Roadmap Roundup is up. Inside Star Citizen, part 1 of the IAE coverage, where they announced the Sulan. I'm pretty sure just the Sulan. And I think they talk about the spirits which come into the game. The spirits were significant because they were announced in the previous CitizenCon, and they really set the bar, I think, for their current, at least whoever worked on the spirits, current rate of work for ships. Now they want to then have the Montreal team work on these ships. Where the heck did that go? Work on these ships and basically take the exact same path as the Spirit. So the Spirit was announced at CitizenCon 2022 and released basically at CitizenCon 2023. The Zeus was announced at CitizenCon 2023, and they want it to release probably by next year at CitizenCon 2024. So keeping that in mind and what I said about these ships being 2 different things, 2 different sizes or 2 different needs, this ship is more complex, and having this thing built in the same time as the Spirit, I think, would be a pretty good proving of that team's capabilities. If you remember correctly, the main reason for axing Levski was Stanton had too much stuff in it for the servers at the time and was removed since it wasn't in the correct place. I think that's more the conspiracy belief of it. I don't know if they've ever said that. I'm pretty sure their official line of reasoning is we had Levski in here because we needed a landing zone. Now that we have 4 landing zones, it's not necessary, so we'll just remove it to work on it. But I'm sure that, like, it also helped them relieve some load from the systems. I do wonder how much that might have taken away that was just re-added with all of these ground locations they've added since then. I just spilled. Not all systems would necessarily have 4 planets, each with 3 moons. Some will have a single planet, for example, some just 2. I mean, yeah, it's going to take them a while to build out 100 systems. But we went over that earlier in this video with the studios they're trying to build for that. We'll see how it goes. All right, next week. We're on to beginning of December. Here we are, guys. Basically at current day. As the sun sets on yet another exhilarating intergalactic aerospace expo, we'd like to thank everyone who came from every corner of the galaxy to experience this year's event. Fly safe, whatever your destination may be, and we'll see you in 2954. At this point, IAE is finished. They are essentially done for the year. Their priorities now are a final year in review, probably for Inside Star Citizen this week. Get 3.22 out the door, make sure it's solid, and then peace out for a couple weeks. They will spend most of January doing planning and talking internally, and then at the end of January, we'll start to hear their schedule and ideas for the rest of the year, and most likely plans for the Q1 patch. I don't think 3.22 is going to give us the Q1 patch on the roadmap. I think we might actually go a solid month without anything on the roadmap here. I hope not, but it's definitely a possibility. Is there a spreadsheet somewhere with the list of all the systems and the number of planets in them? Probably, on the wiki. 3.22 will be perfect and not have any big bugs that won't be addressed while they are on vacation. Alright, last week they dove into 2 major events, Jumptown and Siege of Orison. Also published last week, the full day 1 video of CitizenCon. They've done a good job at the publishing of and overall just production of CitizenCon and everything surrounding it. So glad they got the days out too. Daymar Rally. As we started this entire thing with that first week update talking about the Daymar Rally, now we are ending it and we can see Daymar Rally of the next year is beginning to come up. We've come full circle. And we'll be doing this again next year, and the Daymar Rally we're reading about right now, we'll be talking about at the end in 12 months when we do this again. But Daymar Rally's coming up. Get signed up if you want to hear it or see it or be in it. You don't have to sign up to hear it or see it. I don't know why I said that, but if you want to be in it, sign up. Lastly, there were also Bar Citizen events last week, and let's see, nothing coming up. They also had the virtual Bar Citizen, and no more after that. It was put on by Soul Citizens, great people. Check them out if you haven't. GII Racing does indeed rule. I will agree with you there, Vastin. Signups for Daymar Rally are closed now. Oof. This week in Star Citizen, they said that they would be touching on structural salvage. That was one of the latest controversies. A little bit of drama surrounding structural salvage coming out and how it's being delivered. But they also did a Q&A post for the RSI Arastra, which was a ship that was announced at IAE. It's a big 5-person mining ship from RSI, and it will probably not be coming out for like at least a year, probably longer. Star Citizen Live was not a thing last week. And with that, we are all caught up, guys. That's our year. Let's see if they did their post for today. Look at that. We get all the news, everything. Our last update for this year. It's time to bust out the hot chocolate, ready your festive attire, and invite your co-pilots aboard. Luminalia is back. With plenty of activities and goodies alike, we hope you have a great and cozy time. Head over to the Luminalia page for all the details and to claim your daily presents. Learn more about the holiday missions and more. We literally opened this stream talking about this. Additionally, if you invite a friend to join the verse by January 10th, you'll both receive carefully compiled selection of gear for free and our latest referral bonus. Some people aren't happy about that. Our latest controversy. It's not a controversy. We have some celebratory discounted holiday starter packs as much more awaiting you and your future co-pilot. That's cool. Discounted holiday starter packs is nice for people who are trying to get in for, or maybe gift something for Christmas or something. In the meantime, the team continued to craft our end-of-year patch 322. We're aiming to release before the holiday break, and therefore invite you to join us in driving the last bah humbugs out of their hiding places. 322 is currently available to all players in the PTU servers. Is that PTU or ePTU? I still don't know what that means exactly. Can everyone access it now? They're saying PTU servers, so I'm guessing ePTU. Why are they doing that? ePTU for all. Why is it not just in the PTU? On Tuesday, Narrative Team is coming out with a little post. Ask a Dev Forum questions about Citizen Day. Wednesday, Roadmap Roundup. Probably the last one for the year. Thursday, take a look at the ships and vehicles of 322. Yeah, we're gonna... There's gonna be something else. We'll see. This Friday, we'll sit down with AI director Francesco Roccucci and AI programmer Diego Mason, who will answer your questions relating to the CitizenCon presentations and your experiences with the new AI in Alpha 3.22 PTU. So this will be talking about AI improvements, and they're saying new AI in Alpha 3.22 PTU. So we thought only the additions we were getting was this stuff from 321. There's new AI in 322 as well, though. So we'll hear more about that this Friday. Inside Star Citizen, last one is going to be about the ships and vehicles of 322, which means we'll get one more Inside Star Citizen at the end of next week on the 21st that probably talks about this year in review. I'm going to get my this year in review out before CIG. Mine's a lot longer, though, so theirs is probably easier to watch. But yeah, it looks like we'll probably get one more Inside Star Citizen after this, but that basically wraps up the year, folks. Solid. I liked the year. I think that we missed a lot of opportunity. That freaking letter from the chairman, the letter just really messed up everything. And I regret that one. But after recalibrating for the mess that was 318 and how much it slowed everything down, there was a lot of good development in the year. It just was very, very poorly communicated to us for, their own reasons, which we saw at CitizenCon. And server meshing did not come around. Engineering did not come around. Bounty hunting didn't come around. AI changes, star map. A lot of that stuff didn't come around, which is disappointing. But overall, for the game itself, I think a lot of significant things happened, like Turbulent and things. Yeah, buy the starter package whenever you're gonna get into the game. Still don't get how all these new testing builds are meant to work. Somehow. Alright, Dreamhunk, calm down. The BMM lead designer quitting hurt you a lot. Yeah, that kind of sucked. 6.5 out of 10 if you count PES in 2023. That's fair. 6.5 out of 10 I think is a solid in between, man. If they had gotten server meshing in, but they did not. So yeah, there's our year. Any favorite highlights? Right, I forgot about this day before stuff. So many tabs still so many tabs. I wonder how much RAM. You're willing to wait. It's a cool ship. Better it takes the cook it, better it will be. That's true. Whatever year they finish meshing is 10 out of 10 automatically. Your favorite part was the server meshing demo. Right, at CitizenCon, that was actually a pretty big moment for the game as well. Did they cover the G12? No. Nothing really on the G12. We've gotten one mention of it in Inside Star Citizen and a couple in monthly reports, but nothing besides that. Let's hope news. Banu Merchantman brings the old concept back. The black Batwing style? I don't think so. I think that it's not the direction they want to go with the Banu. Server stability has been great for you over the weekend. That's good. Meshing is a myth. Refuse to believe it until meshing between servers yourself. That's fair. Believe it when you see it. I'm glad PES is working. Anybody who has watched our new podcast, came out this morning, me and Dead Leader sit down to talk about the new Salvage and how it works and why people might not be happy about it and what it's supposed to look like in the future that'll make it better. And he has a little conspiracy theory that PES isn't even actually in the game. I disagree. I think they probably have gotten it working and are doing certain things to tweak it so it might not be as powerful as it should be, but is doing something. No rush on G12 or other ground vehicles until they get through whatever bizarre direction they're going in ground vehicle speed tweaks. You might be right. I was kind of planning on the G12 coming in 322, but it might not. How come no one has talked about the new Clouds update? They said they would come in 322. We are. They're not coming. Unfortunately, they did not make it. What is PES? It is, I thought I described that earlier. PES is basically the one true timeline for all objects in Star Citizen. So when you're meshing servers between each other and you're passing information back and forth, PES is the way that it pulls out that data so that it's all up to date with each other. That'd be cool if it did. You'd love to be wrong on that front. That would be cool, but you're kind of right. There's no rush on ground vehicles, really. Ground fog light shafts and cloud improvements are not coming in 322. You had similar ideas to Dead Leader, but not as extreme. Thanks for the raid, by the way, Captain. They still have to pull the cloud off the system server. They have to pull to another rack server. There's also the fact that they have a database problem in the background with their third-party provider, and that might be causing PES to not be as powerful as it is. So I do think that it's probably not working as intended at the point, but I don't think that it's just not even in the game. I'd love to hear an update on that though, and know that it is working. That'd be cool. I haven't done the testing myself, so I can't verify. 1/2 stepping stone do static server meshing. If you want to see how big a part PES is of static server meshing, let me give you a look at this. Is Unofficial Road to Dynamic Server Meshing is a website created by a friend, Unobtainium. He was on a podcast last month. I'd go check that out if you want to hear more about server meshing. I had him and another networking engineer, and we talked for like a good hour and 20 minutes about server meshing, how it's supposed to work, what we think of their demos, and all that stuff. Solid episode. Check out the podcast. But this is a website that guy has created to show the work that's gone into server meshing, dating all the way back to 2017 with object containers and the work that they were doing there. And every single one of these has references that you can find up here in the corner. And then you can go out to all of his reference sources. And you can find every single video here, link right to it, and watch the parts that he's talking about.
Introducing custom.
No, not these ads. So it's a very, very good resource for anybody who wants to learn more about server meshing. It's huge. And you can see that our latest bits are over here. Static server meshing is being worked on. With the replication layer split being the latest thing, but persistent entity streaming right here is the biggest box, and that's not a coincidence. It's freaking huge. Persistent entity streaming is like, in the ways that they've talked about it, makes it seem like it's actually more involved than server meshing, but it is kind of that base layer that server meshing has to rely on. Let me grab that podcast episode for you guys. Server meshing podcast. Yeah, here it is. So I'll drop that in chat for you. But yeah, it's a good show. There's also another resource you can use to see server meshing stuff. That is the letter. What the heck did I just write? So back in the very first place we started today, Letter from the Chairman has this little roadmap on. Oh, no, sorry. This is not the right one. It's actually this one. One prior. Has this little roadmap on it about where server meshing is supposed to come from. And you can zoom in on it and follow it all the way from 2018 with server-side object container streaming and all that stuff. And you can see where, let's see. You can see somewhere in here where our actual persistence started. Here it is. Initial persistent, no, that's not it. Initial persistent planning. Somewhere in here, actual persistence started and we weren't getting wipes every quarter. That sucked. But you can see that persistence was in the planning stages here and moving forward. And last 2 years have been basically implementing persistent entity streaming and moving to server meshing, which is in the future. So there's a lot of places where you can kind of corroborate these schedules, and they've fallen behind and they've been stretched out, but the plan's been there and they've been pretty much sticking to it. Little concessions here and there. Think they'll have a dedicated third-person mode eventually? I don't think so. There's a lot of tactility in interactions for this game. I think they're very stuck on the first-person mode. Huge for the gaming industry as a whole, if they can crack the code. Thousands of hours of programming and hardware setups. Any interactable object in the game, including to a degree players, right? We haven't had a wipe since 3.18. Huh. So almost a year now. Do you guys think they will ever get structural salvage working as promised, or will they leave it as is for the foreseeable future? Here's my question. I don't know what they promised. So I need a source for whatever it is they might have said was going to happen with the claw. Because I've not found anything myself. I just know the claw exists. I don't know what was promised, how it would work. Have I heard of the ship price hike? Sounds like a story. A story the Jedi would never share. They never stated how it worked? I don't know. They're waiting on Maelstrom tech. But again, I don't know for what, right? We're all saying that, and they've said that, and there's going to be more skill in the fracture process, and Maelstrom's going to be used, but like, they've never said or shown how the Reclaimer is going to work, besides a single shot in a trailer where the Reclaimer crawl just kind of slams into a ship. But they never explained how stuff's supposed to get into the ship from there. How is the claw supposed to move things around? How is it going to break things apart? All these details were like, I'm wondering what exactly it is they have set themselves up for. Before they have a physical interaction between objects. Okay, I'm going to end this because we're not even talking about year in review anymore. Cheers, everybody. Thank you if you stuck around for the year in review. I'll see you on YouTube. You're lovely. And then we're not going to remux that because that's just going to lag up this stream. All right, that should be a video later this week sometime. Saying they never stated they plan or in what form. Right. There's a door above the claw. Sure, but they've never shown that working. Right? At least from what I've seen. They've never shown it working, and they've never shown how the pieces of a ship are supposed to get small enough to enter that door. Hey, thank you guys for coming for the review. That was good. I did this as a video last year, and it was a very, very difficult project, and I think I prefer doing it as a stream. So, we'll do this every year. Welcome to the first annual Space Tomato Star Citizen recap. Saws on the claws? Were there? But there's no video. Made a Spectrum post on the claw. You think it was a good starting compromise? Sure, it has its problems, but it's a good start. I am welcome for your presence. Thank you so much, Echo. I appreciate it. Four and a half hours. Holy crap. I've got freaking work to do. I did not realize it was... Oh my god. I've got to... Okay. Alright, y'all. It's been a good stream. I did not realize it's been that long. Oh my lordy. Folks, cheers. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much for hanging out and watching this. I hope you got a lot of good information from this. Maybe this added some new perspective to the year or reminded you of something that you had forgotten about. I had a good time. Solid time traveling trip. Yeah, that was pretty good. I will be back with you again tomorrow, probably, for some more good stuff. Who knows what that good stuff is? I was supposed to be getting into a game with somebody. I'm gonna see if we can find some folks to hit up to come and join in the stream tomorrow. But maybe we'll hop in game. Maybe we'll do some more talking if a topic comes up. Either way, thank you everybody for being here and joining me for this stream and listening to me ramble and make bad jokes. I promise my bad jokes will get better, or they will get less bad at least. Either way, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a good day, eat something yummy, have a good time, go give somebody a hug. Happiness all around. Star Citizen to you all. Bless your ships. Goodbye, everybody.